A great battle against a spirit god expert. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from the bald man's body. Endless blood-red light burned and jumped around the bald man like flames, making him look like a demon that had crawled out of hell. Roar! 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 The dragon's roar continued to ring out from within Lu Ming's body. There were 6 consecutive dragon roars. Facing a spiritual god, Lu Ming did not dare to hold back at all. He immediately burst out with 6 streams of dragon energy. Lu Ming's body could not withstand the power of the 6 streams of dragon energy at the same time. His body became even more burly, and purple gold scales crawled out from under his skin and covered his entire body. His claws had also become like dragon claws. The bald youth's pupils shrank, and then he sneered, "Small tricks, blood axe strike, chop." The bald man stepped forward. The blood light around him condensed into a blood-red battle axe. He waved the battle axe and slashed it at Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming clenched his fist and cast the prison-suppressing heavenly art. 5 intents erupted at the same time, blasting toward the bald youth. The fist and the bloody axe collided, creating a terrifying vibration. The space was distorted, and a hideous crack appeared. After a loud noise, Lu Ming's body trembled and he retreated rapidly. He stomped on the sky, causing loud explosions. He retreated about 100 meters before he stopped. However, that was all. Lu Ming was not injured. On the other side, the bald man's body also trembled and he took a few steps back. Impossible! The bald man roared, his eyes full of disbelief. The bearded man was the same. He looked at the scene in disbelief. Lu Ming had actually repelled the bald man. How was this possible? Lu Ming was only at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. How could he have such terrifying combat power? Did you hold back your strength in the battle with young Master Shualuo? The bald burly man's eyes were filled with shock, which then turned into cold killing intent. 1st level of spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This bald burly man's cultivation was at the 1st level of the spiritual god realm. Moreover, Lu Ming estimated that the bloodline that he had awakened should not be too high. He stared at the bald man and didn't answer. Brat, don't think that you can fight me just because you can block one of my moves. Die, die. The bald man flew into a rage out of humiliation. His killing intent surged like the tide as he wielded the blood axe and slashed at Lu Ming continuously. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and attacked continuously, engaging in a great battle with the bald burly man. Boom! 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 Terrifying explosions rang out continuously. Lu Ming circulated his 5 intents to the extreme and blocked the attacks crazily. Although he was completely at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the bald man, he finally managed to resist. After more than a dozen moves, Lu Ming was forced to retreat thousands of meters. The bearded man was always behind Lu Ming. Boom! With another move, there was a huge explosion. Lu Ming retreated quickly and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, he was injured, but his eyes were still extremely bright. Ha ha ha, so this is the combat strength of the spiritual god realm. It's nothing more than this. Lu Ming laughed and mocked him on purpose. The bald burly man's combat strength should be at the bottom of the spiritual god realm. In the spiritual god realm, even those of the same level would have a huge difference in combat strength. For example, those who had comprehended a god-level martial technique were much stronger than those who had not. This bald man had not comprehended a god-level martial technique and was only using a high-grade demigod-level martial technique. Also, the comprehension of intent and the level of bloodline determined the strength of one's combat power. This bald burly man was not very strong in all aspects. Therefore, Lu Ming was able to withstand it. If it were another 1st-level spiritual god realm expert who had comprehended a divine-level martial technique, Lu Ming would definitely not be able to withstand it. Damn it, kid, you're looking for death. The bald burly man bellowed in rage. He was actually looked down upon by Lu Ming, an ant in the spirit embryo realm. This made the bald burly man go crazy. A blood-red battle-axe floated above his head, surrounded by 3 golden chakra. A third-level divine rank bloodline was considered a very low-level bloodline among spiritual god realm martial artists. The bald man transformed into a blood-red battle-axe and slashed at Lu Ming. The power was even more terrifying. "You're the only one with a bloodline." The prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head, and his 5 meridian cycles glowed. Lu Ming transformed into the prison-suppressing steel and activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art, crashing toward the blood-red battle-axe. Boom! The prison-suppressing steel was knocked away, and the blood-red axe was also knocked back. "Damn it, let's attack together and cripple him!" The bald man roared. "Kill! Blood lion!" The bearded man shouted, and a blood lion appeared above his head. It also had a third-level divine bloodline. He transformed into a blood lion and pounced at Lu Ming. He clawed at the prison-suppressing steel and sent it flying. The prison-suppressing steel kept shaking. How despicable! 2 spiritual gods actually joined forces to fight me. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world if this news spreads? Lu Ming shouted. As long as I kill you and you say you can no, I'll kill you. The blood-red battle-axe arrived in front of the prison-suppressing steel in an instant and slashed at Lu Ming. Suppress! The prison-suppressing steel glowed. This time, Lu Ming burst out all his vital essence and used the prison-suppressing heaven technique with all his might. The vital essence in his body was completely extracted in an instant. Clang! The prison-suppressing steel and the bloody axe collided, and both of them were pushed back hundreds of meters. There was not a drop of essential core left in Lu Ming's body. However, the essential core from the Na Yuan stone gushed into Lu Ming's body crazily and replenished his essential core. Lu Ming's essential core was instantly full. Kill, we must kill. The bald burly man was extremely shocked. Xue Luozi had told him that Lu Ming's combat strength was only slightly stronger than his. However, he now realized that Lu Ming's combat strength was not just slightly stronger than Xue Luozi's. It was a whole lot stronger. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming could block his attack and even send him flying. Roar! The blood lion roared and charged at Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming had just retreated and had no time to counterattack. The blood lion's claw slammed heavily on the prison-suppressing steel, and the prison-suppressing steel collapsed instantly. However, the moment the prison-suppressing steel collapsed, a dragon's roar was heard, and a true dragon flew out. No, those were not real dragons, but 9 dragons. The blood lion turned pale with fright. It had actually seen the form of the legendary 9 dragons. The moment the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline was destroyed, Lu Ming burst out his 9 dragons bloodline and flew out as 9 dragons. The 9 dragon claws stepped in the air, and a terrifying power blasted toward the blood lion. In its alarm, the blood lion was unable to unleash its full power, and the 9 dragons charged past it. Let's go! Lu Ming did not hesitate to use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to escape the encirclement. With his current combat strength, he was not a match for a spiritual god realm master. He could not even defeat 1, let alone 2. If he continued to fight, he would only die of exhaustion. Damn it, chase! The blood-red battle-axe transformed back into the bald man and chased after Lu Ming with a furious roar. The blood lion also transformed into human form and chased after Lu Ming. However, with the 9 dragons form and the 9 dragon sky-treading steps, his speed was amazing. Slowly, he pulled away from the bald man and the bald man. Breakthrough, mutation. After traveling hundreds of thousands of miles, Lu Ming rushed into a forest and transformed into his human form. A long spear condensed in his hand and spun rapidly like a drill. With a pft, Lu Ming rushed into the ground. The long spear dug a hole in the ground. Lu Ming rushed in and at the same time, his essential core burst forth. The hole behind him collapsed and blocked the hole. Lu Ming kept drilling into the ground. He only stopped after he had gone down about 100 miles. With a thought, Lu Ming appeared in the mountain and river diagram. Deep underground, there was only one mountain and river diagram. The moment Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Previously, he had been hit by the blood lion twice in a row and had suffered quite a bit of injury. The spiritual god realm is really powerful. I'm not even a match for the most ordinary spiritual god realm. Lu Ming pondered secretly. The bald man and the bearded man were definitely at the bottom of the spiritual god realm. They were weak in all aspects, but Lu Ming was still not a match for them. Previously, he had already unleashed his strongest battle prowess and used all of his techniques. Even so, he was still at a disadvantage when facing the bald man alone. Unless he used the prison-suppressing heaven technique with all his might and unleashed his strongest attack, he would not be able to match the bald man. However, Lu Ming's most powerful attack would exhaust his essential core with just one move. If it were not for the spatial elemental stone, he would not have dared to use it. When I break through to the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, I won't be afraid of the weakest spirit god. I can even suppress them. Lu Ming summed up his own abilities. Then, he circulated the true war dragon technique and started to heal his injuries. Just as Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, the bald man and the bearded man appeared in the sky above the forest. Damn it! How did that kid's aura disappear? The bald man shouted angrily. He should be hiding. Let's force him out. The bearded man's eyes flickered with a cold light as he slammed his palm down. A 10-mile-long blood-colored palm print covered the sky and smashed toward the ground. Boom! The mountains exploded and the earth caved in. A 10-mile-wide and 10-mile-deep palm print appeared on the ground. Around the palm print were countless cracks that spread in all directions. Countless demonic beasts were turned into ashes by this palm. Then force him out. The bald man waved his hands, and countless terrifying blood-red lights slashed toward the vast land. Boom! 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 Mountains exploded, ancient trees crumbled, and the earth sank. Countless living beings were turned into ashes under the attacks of the two. This place looked like it was the end of the world. The destructive power of a spiritual god realm master's full-force attack was too shocking. Not long after, the ground within a radius of 1,000 miles was split open and pierced through. All kinds of deep pits and cracks filled the area. The originally lively mountains and peaks had become deathly silent. After more than 10 minutes, the bald man and the bearded man stood in the air with ugly expressions. There was no trace of Lu Ming. He could not sense any trace of Lu Ming either. Lu Ming had escaped. The two spiritual god powerhouses were supposed to be in the bag. Now that Lu Ming had escaped, they did not know how to answer to Master Blood Luo. Damn it, the next time I see him, I'll skin him alive. The bald man gritted his teeth. Forget it, let's go back. The ancient herb garden is more important. After spending so much time, it's finally about to open. The big bearded man said. N. The bald man nodded, and the two of them left. 100 miles underground, Lu Ming was healing his injuries in the mountain and river diagram. A day later, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered. The earth essence realm seems to have loosened. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. After the previous battle, Lu Ming realized that the earth concept that had been stuck at a bottleneck had finally loosened up and there were signs of a breakthrough. Lu Ming placed the path understanding ancient tree at the side, closed his eyes, and focused on his comprehension. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, Lu Ming was surrounded by the five-colored concept. His aura was stronger than it was 2 days ago. I've finally broken through to the great circle of level 3 earth concept. Lu Ming opened his eyes and a faint smile appeared at the corners of his lips. Now, his water concept was at the 4th level, while his wind, fire, thunder, and earth concepts were at the 3rd level, which was the Great Circle. Now that Lu Ming had unleashed all 5 of his concepts, the power was much stronger than it was a few days ago. This was because the Earth Essence realm was only at the peak of level 3 upper tier. If I were to face Blood Luo Zi now, even if I don't use the prison suppressing heavenly technique or my bloodline, I can still suppress him. Lu Ming thought in his heart. It's been 3 days. Those 2 guys should have left by now. Let's go out and take a look. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and continued to condense the long spear. He dug through the ground and headed toward the surface. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared on the ground silently. He was speechless as he looked at the desolate surroundings. He knew very well that the bald man and the burly man must have wreaked havoc in the surroundings in order to find him. Looks like they've left. Master Shui Luo, I'll have to settle this score with you sooner or later. A cold glint flashed in Lu Ming's eyes and he was about to head west. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze shifted and he looked in the south direction. In an unknown distance, a green pillar of light shot up into the sky. What's that? Could it be that a treasure has appeared? Lu Ming was secretly surprised. Spiritual herbs. I can sense the aura of countless spiritual herbs. Charge! Lu Ming, charge! Dandan appeared on Lu Ming's shoulder, shouting and wrangling, her small eyes shining. Alright, let's go and take a look. Lu Ming's figure moved and he headed in the direction of the light pillar. At this moment, the light pillar could be seen within a radius of 100,000 miles. The light pillar is soaring into the sky. There must be a treasure coming into being. Let's go and take a look. Let's go, this is my great opportunity. From all directions, everyone who saw the light pillar rushed towards it. Ha, this opportunity is mine. A red-haired elder with a soaring aura rushed toward the light pillar. He was a spiritual god realm existence. The treasure's appearance attracted everyone's attention. Lu Ming soon approached the area where the light pillar was. It was a vast and endless mountain and forest. It's actually here. Lu Ming stopped in the air, feeling a little surprised. Lu Ming was very familiar with the forest in front of him. He had passed through this forest when he, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin were on their way to the heavenly pillar. They also encountered a spiritual god realm expert from Cold Blood Hall who massacred an entire town to heal himself. Lu Ming and the other 2 even had a fierce battle with the spiritual god realm expert. Lu Ming was originally heading west. Previously, he had a huge battle with the bald man and the burly man. When he escaped, he chose a random direction. He did not expect to be near this place. Could it be that the injured spiritual god expert from Cold Blood Hall was related to this light pillar? What ruins did Cold Blood Hall find here? Lu Ming could not help but let his imagination run wild. The ancient herb garden. The injured spiritual god stage powerhouse was in this forest. Now, the light pillar was also in this forest. Lu Ming had no choice but to link the 2 together. It seems that even if there are treasures here, it won't be easy to get them. There must be spiritual god realm powerhouses here. Lu Ming thought to himself. However, he did not retreat just like that. Instead, he concealed his aura and flew down the mountain forest, sprinting in the direction of the light pillar. Buzz! Whoosh! When he was about to reach the light pillar, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air from other directions. Lu Ming discovered 3 burly men and 2 elders. They were moving forward at high speed and rushed into a circle of light. They were the martial artists nearby who had been attracted here. What a big formation. As he neared the light pillar, Lu Ming could sense that there was a huge formation in front of him. On one side of the formation, there was a gap that formed a circle of light. The green light pillar had burst out from this gap. From the gap, there was an extremely dense spiritual qi. It was obvious that a hole had been opened in this great array. Lu Ming, there's a herb garden inside. I can smell spiritual herbs. Dandan twitched her nose and kept sniffing. A medicinal garden. Could it be Medicine King's Valley's medicine garden? Lu Ming was shocked. The Valley of the Medicine Masters was not far from here. When Lu Ming heard about the herb garden, the first thing he thought of was the Valley of the Medicine Masters. I don't think so. This array is very terrifying, but it was set up a long time ago. I'm afraid it's been more than 1,000,000 years. Dandan said. 1,000,000 years or more? Lu Ming was shocked. 1,000,000 years ago, wasn't that ancient times? This was an ancient medicine garden. Let's go in and take a look. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he rushed into the circle of light, disappearing. The ancient herb garden was sealed by a large array. After so many years, there might be extremely precious spirit herbs. Lu Ming did not want to miss it. Within the light circle, there were also mountains and forests. However, the heaven and earth spiritual chi was dozens of times denser than the outside. There was another kind of energy in the spiritual chi, the origin chi. Lu Ming swept his gaze around and realized that the flowers, grass, and trees here were more lively and were growing more luxuriantly. Lu Ming, let's go. I can smell the spiritual herbs. Dandan shouted, spread her short legs, and ran forward. Lu Ming followed Dandan and walked forward. At the same time, he observed his surroundings carefully. We're late. Some of the spirit herbs have been dug away. Along the way, Dandan found a few pits and sighed. Judging from the aura of the remaining spirit herbs, they were probably all level 8 spirit herbs. Level 8 spiritual herbs were dozens of times more precious than level 7 spiritual herbs. Clearly, there were already quite a number of people who came in before, and the spirit herbs were all dug up. Dandan didn't go straight forward, but continued to fly to the left. After 10,000 miles, they finally found spiritual herbs. 2 of them were level 8 spiritual herbs. They dug them out and stuffed them into their mouths with joy. They found quite a few spiritual herbs along the way. They were at least level 7, and many of them were level 8. Lu Ming did not snatch it from Dandan and gave it all to her. Now that his physical body had achieved complete grade 8, ordinary grade 8 spiritual medicine would not be of much use if he wanted to break through to grade 9. He could only do so if he obtained a grade 9 spiritual medicine. It was not easy to cultivate the 9th grade body, because the 9th grade body was the highest realm of the body and the foundation to break through to the martial emperor realm. Only by cultivating the body to the completion of the 9th grade body could one break through to the martial emperor realm. However, it was very difficult for the body to break through to rank 9. It was even more difficult to complete the breakthrough. In fact, many second and even third-class geniuses in the central continent had cultivated their physical bodies to the peak of the 8th stage. After all, he was a prodigy from an overlord force. His physical body cultivation technique was definitely top-notch. It was not inferior to Lu Ming's 10,000 spiritual combat body. It might even be better. He also had plenty of resources. Naturally, his physical body was strong. Lu Ming needed level 9 spiritual herbs. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the front. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. Someone was fighting. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and walked forward. There were 2 old men in front of him, attacking the other 2. The other 2 people were a middle-aged man and a young woman. At this moment, the burly man and the woman were completely at a disadvantage. The 2 old men were both in the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, and the burly man was also in the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. They were locked in a battle with one of the old men. On the other hand, the young woman was only at the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. Although she was also a heaven's favorite with powerful combat strength, she was no match for the elder at the perfected spirit embryo realm with her 6th level spirit embryo realm cultivation. She could be killed at any time. Miss! The burly man roared and wanted to help, but he was held back by the other party and couldn't get away. Hee hee, die! An old man sneered. At this moment, Lu Ming had already quietly approached. He immediately relaxed when he saw that the strongest was only at the perfected spirit embryo realm. That's Zhou Xin. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he recognized the woman. Back in the Pill City, Zhou Xin was the one who gave Lu Ming a piece of purple jade that contained the storage elemental stone. Lu Ming was still very grateful to Zhou Xin. Now that Zhou Xin was in trouble, he naturally wouldn't leave her in the lurch. Buzz! His body flashed and he charged towards the old man who had attacked Zhou Xin. Upon hearing the commotion, the few of them turned to look at Lu Ming. It's you. Zhou Xion's gaze flickered and she recognized Lu Ming. A 9th-level spirit embryo realm brat is courting death. The old man grinned and revealed a ferocious expression. His claws were like blades as he clawed at Lu Ming. Whoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand and a ray of spear light pierced through the elder's defense. It was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood as it pierced towards the elder's glabella. No, spare my life. The old man was extremely shocked. He knew that he had encountered a terrifying heaven's favorite, but it was already too late. The old man was pierced by the spear radiance and died. The other old man who was fighting with the middle-aged man saw this and was scared out of his wits. He immediately ran away, but a spear light flashed and nailed the old man to the ground. This. Zhou Xian was stunned. From the moment Lu Ming appeared, the 2 Great Circle Spirit Embryo experts were instantly killed by him. They did not have the slightest ability to resist. Miss Zhou, I didn't expect to see you here. Do you still remember me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Young Master Lu, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Zhou Xian's eyes flickered and she was a little surprised. Zhou Xian guessed that Lu Ming was a 3rd-grade heaven's favorite since he was able to kill 2 perfected spirit embryo realm experts so easily. Miss. The burly man came to Zhou Xian's side and called out in concern. Uncle Lu, I'm fine. This is young Master Lu, Lu Shaoqing. Zhou Xian introduced. Thank you, young Master Lu, for saving me. The middle-aged man cupped his fists, but there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Young Master Lu, are you here to look for spirit herbs too? Zhou Xian asked. That's right. I was attracted by the light pillar, so I came to take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Chapter 1032 Sky Vermilion Fruit. Young Master Lu, please be careful. This time, we have attracted many strong cultivators. I plan to take a walk around the periphery. I will not go deeper. There are too many strong cultivators inside. Zhou Xian replied. Oh, do you need me to accompany you? Lu Ming asked. In his heart, he was grateful to Zhou Xian. She had given him the Nanyuan stones back then. If Zhou Xian needed help, he would not reject her. There's no need. Uncle Lu and I are weak. If we go with young Master Lu, we might drag you down. It's better for young Master Lu to act alone. Zhou Xian replied. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, Lu Ming didn't force her and bade them farewell. However, before he left, his devouring power erupted and completely devoured the blood essence and true vitality of the 2 elders with great perfection spirit embryos. Lu Ming didn't want to let go of the blood essence and energy of 2 great perfection spirit embryo experts. After devouring them, he continued to move forward. Zhou Xian and the middle-aged man were shocked when they saw the 2 old men turned into 2 dried corpses. Lu Ming, that young lady seems to have something on. She doesn't want others to go with her. She's sending you away on purpose. Dandan said. Lu Ming nodded. He had the same feeling. He felt that Zhou Xian had something on and did not want to be with him. However, this was someone else's private matter, so he couldn't be bothered to care about it. As he walked, he searched for spirit herbs. Not long after, the 2 elders' energy was completely refined by Lu Ming. Naturally, the level of his blood meridian did not increase. As for Lu Ming's cultivation, the increase was minimal. With my current cultivation, it's almost useless to devour a great circle spirit embryo martial artist. My progress is too slow. Only by devouring a spirit god expert can I quickly improve. Lu Ming pondered secretly. The area here was very large. Very soon, Lu Ming had traveled about 10,000 miles. Buzz! In front of him, a figure flashed by at a terrifying speed. It's him. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming could clearly see that the figure was a bald burly man. He was the spiritual god expert from Cold Blood Hall who had chased after him. As expected, the Cold Blood Hall experts were here. The bald man did not notice Lu Ming. He kept flying forward and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. After that, Lu Ming became more careful and slowed down. He kept running through the forest below. Along the way, the harvest was not bad. They collected a lot of spiritual herbs, many of which were level 8 spiritual herbs. Dandan could not stop smiling. This herb garden was an ancient herb garden. It had been there for a long time and the spiritual chi was rich. It was normal for the level of the spirit herbs to be higher. Unfortunately, no level 9 spirit herbs had been found. Level 9 spirit herbs were much rarer than level 8 spirit herbs. Suddenly, there was a continuous flash of light in front of him, and a faint sound came. There's another battle over there. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he quickly headed in that direction. After a few hundred miles, Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak and looked into the distance. There was a lake in front of them, and in the middle of the lake was a small island. A towering tree stood on the small island. This tree was rooted on the island, but its crown was extremely huge, and its area was even larger than the island. There were fruits on the tree. The fruits were the size of a face plate and were fiery red in color. They were filled with surging energy. That's the sky vermilion fruit. Lu Ming recognized the fruit. He was shocked and then overjoyed. The sky vermilion fruit was an extremely rare and precious fruit. This kind of fruit contained extremely powerful and pure energy. When a warrior consumed it, it could help him break through to the next realm. As long as one had reached the realm of the essence realm of heaven and earth, eating this fruit could help one quickly increase their true essence and break through to the next realm. This fruit was too precious. The spirit embryo realm and the spiritual god realm after that were not as simple as comprehending intent. Some people had reached the intent realm, but their cultivation was not that easy to improve. For example, many second-grade heavens favorites, such as Shui Luozi and Junyu, had reached the 4th level of intent realm. However, their cultivation was still stuck in the spirit embryo realm. This showed how difficult it was to comprehend intent realm and improve their cultivation. Even if Lu Ming had the 9 dragons bloodline, unless he could devour spiritual god powerhouses or devour and refine a large number of raw gemstones, it would be troublesome for him to level up. However, once he had the sky vermilion fruit, his cultivation would be able to increase rapidly. I must get this sky vermilion fruit. Lu Ming's eyes were bright. As long as he could obtain a few sky vermilion fruits, Lu Ming's cultivation would break through to the perfected spirit embryo realm. This was because his heaven and earth essence realm had already met the requirements. However, he was not in a hurry now. That was because the sky vermilion fruit tree was protected by a large array. A layer of light enveloped the sky vermilion fruit tree within it. There were 7 martialists who were constantly bombarding the light screen in an attempt to break the formation. The light screen formed by the formation was shaking non-stop, as if it had been there for a long time. It's almost broken. Some people's eyes were shining with a fiery light, and at the same time, they were looking at the others vigilantly. Previously, they had joined forces to break the formation because they wanted to break it. Now that the formation was about to be broken, they began to have their own ulterior motives. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword light flashed. One of the green-robed elders attacked an old woman beside him. I knew you would make a move. The old woman let out a roar and waved her hands, sending out palm prints to fight the old man. Buzz! An iron rod swept out towards the green-robed old man. The green-robed old man was caught off guard and his head was hit. He was killed before he could even scream. You're looking for death, kill. You're the one who's going to die. The formation had yet to be broken, and the remaining 6 people were in complete chaos, fighting each other. These people were all experts, at least at the 6th level of spirit embryo realm. They were rogue cultivators from the nearby area who had been attracted by the light pillar. In just a few breaths of time, 2 screams rang out, and 2 of the weaker cultivators were killed. The battle between the remaining 4 was even more intense. At this moment, a figure stepped through the air and arrived. Pure spatial spirit. Lu Ming was slightly shocked. This woman who came from the sky stepped on the clouds with her jade-like feet. Her entire body was shrouded in clouds and mist, like an ethereal fairy. Who else could she be if not Jing Kongling? Pure spatial spirit. The 4 of them were in the middle of a battle, but when they saw Jing Kongling, they were all shocked and stopped fighting. The sky vermilion fruit is mine, you guys can leave. The pure and ethereal voice was very calm and ethereal, without any emotion. Jing Kongling, you're too overbearing. We found the sky vermilion fruit tree first. We're about to break through the formation too. Now that you've appeared, you want to take it all for yourself. You're too greedy. An old woman called out. You can stay here, forever. The pure spatial spirit spoke calmly, but the aura on her body was extremely strong. A few streams of water appeared around her, turning into a few water dragons that danced around her. The 4 of them looked very upset. They were unwilling to accept this, but they knew that with their cultivation, they would definitely die if they were to fight against Jing Kongling. This was the top heaven's favorite of the central continent, and his combat strength was too strong. Hee, these few pieces of trash indeed need to get lost first. An ear-piercing sneer suddenly rang out. In the distance, a rainbow light flew over at extreme speed. The next moment, a red-haired old man appeared in the sky. The weakest spiritual god. A red-haired old man appeared. His aura was violent and his eyes were burning as he stared at the sky vermilion fruits. Red shame venerable. The old woman exclaimed. The other people's faces also changed drastically. Even Jing Kongling's expression changed slightly and became serious. Only a spirit god expert could be called a venerable. This red-haired old man was a spiritual god realm existence. Now, these scarlet fruits are mine. Get lost. Venerable Chi Kuei's eyes swept the surroundings, filled with killing intent. The old woman and the other 3's expressions changed, their eyes filled with respect. Venerable Chi Kuei was very famous in the nearby area. He didn't come from any major power, but was a rogue cultivator. It was not easy for a rogue cultivator to reach the spiritual god realm. Moreover, Venerable Chi Kuei was famous for his ruthlessness. Let's go. Even though the old woman was unwilling, the sky vermilion fruit was not worth mentioning compared to her life. She gritted her teeth and left. The other 3 also left the place. Only Chi Kuei Knight and Jing Kongling were left above the lake. Jing Kongling, you're not leaving. Venerable Chi Kuei looked at Jing Kongling. You can't scare me, the pure spatial spirit, with your title as a venerable. Jing Kongling said. You want to fight me? Venerable Chi Kuei's eyes flashed. We can try. Qing Junling said. Ha, youngsters these days are getting bolder and bolder. With your cultivation at the peak of the 9th level spirit embryo realm, you think you're my match? Venerable Chi Kuei sneered. Venerable Chi Kuei had lived for thousands of years and had broken through to the spiritual god realm for thousands of years. In the past, there was no young man who dared to be impudent in front of him. After all, the gap between the spirit embryo realm and the spiritual god realm was extremely huge. But now, a young man at the peak of the 9th level spirit embryo realm wanted to fight him. There's always been a rumor in the world that this era is the golden age, and there are as many geniuses as clouds. Each and every one of them is incomparably powerful. I don't believe that a mere 9th-level spirit embryo realm can be that powerful. Chi-Kue Zunjia sneered as red flames burst out of his body. His terrifying aura pressed down on Jing Kongling. Jing Kongling waved her hands, and more water-true dragons appeared around her, pouncing toward Venerable Chi-Kue. Boom! 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 The fire and the water dragon collided, making a sizzling sound and stirring up water vapor. The scene was suddenly filled with fog. The pure space spiritual jade stepped in the air. Wherever she stepped, vines appeared and wrapped around Venerable Chi-Kue like soft whips. Fire Demon Palm. Venerable Chi-Kue clapped his hands several times, and flames burst forth. The mist that filled the air was directly burned away, and the vines were also enveloped by the flames and burned to ashes. However, more vines appeared in the air. At the same time, the lake water below churned and turned into water swords, slashing toward Venerable Chi-Kue. Boom! 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 After exchanging a few moves with Venerable Chi-Kue, the pure spatial spirit was not at a disadvantage. Wood mentality, water mentality, shattering mentality, and pure spatial spirit. I can't believe he has cultivated 3 mentalities. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The pure spatial spirit was extremely powerful. It was definitely not weaker than Blood Luo Zi, and might even be stronger. Break! Fire Demon God Fist. Venerable Chi-Kue's fists continued to blast out, and the flaming fist force swept in all directions, displaying the terrifying strength of the spiritual god realm to the fullest. Wherever the fist force passed by, the vines exploded and the water swords were annihilated. At this point, the pure spatial spirit was finally at a disadvantage. A spiritual god realm expert was too terrifying. Void-breaking divine palm. Die! Jing Kengling shouted as she kept striking out with her palms. The palm power that contained 3 wills turned into a blue palm print and shot toward Venerable Chi-Kue. The sky continued to shake, but the pure spatial spirit was still at a disadvantage and was suppressed by the flaming fist force. But at this moment, honored Sir Chi-Kue was extremely shocked. These prodigies are indeed terrifying. I've only heard of them in the past, but I didn't expect them to be even more terrifying than I've heard. They're only at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, but they can actually contend with me. Venerable Chi-Kue was secretly shocked, and at the same time, cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Since he had offended such a terrifying heaven's favorite, he had to kill him completely. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble in the future. Come out! Venerable Chi-Kue roared as the bloodline appeared above his head. He was going to activate his bloodline power and kill Jing Kongling. His bloodline was a large dog with flames all over its body. This was a hellhound. However, there were only 2 golden chakras. Venerable Chi-Kue's bloodline was only at the 2nd level of the divine level. His combat strength was slightly weaker than that of the bald man and the bearded man who had chased after Lu Ming. Within the spiritual god realm, he was one of the weakest. After all, it was not easy for a 2nd-ranked divine bloodline to break through to the spiritual god realm. Venerable Chi-Kue had also broken through to the spiritual god realm by chance. His combat strength was at the bottom of the spiritual god realm. Therefore, for so many years, he didn't dare to provoke the other spiritual gods. He didn't expect that even a young man would be so powerful that he could fight with him. The pure spatial spirit frowned and a round bead appeared above his head. Water vapor swirled around the bead and 8 golden chakras shone around it. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped into the air. Lu Ming walked out and immediately attracted the attention of the 2 people. Lu Shaoqing. At the sight of Lu Ming, the pristine spirit's eyes lit up. As for Venerable Chi-Kue, he frowned. Seeing the 2 of them fighting and still daring to step out, it couldn't be simple. He was now very afraid of these young geniuses. Miss Kongling, how about we join forces? When the time comes, we'll split the sky vermilion fruit equally. Lu Ming said. All right. The ethereal spirit agreed without any hesitation. She was not a match for Scarlet Venerable alone and would probably have to retreat in the end. With Lu Ming's help, she might be able to fight Scarlet Venerable. Lu Ming had the same thought. He might be able to fight against Venerable Chikue alone, but it was almost impossible for him to win. That was why he stepped out and joined forces with the pure spatial spirit. If you want to join forces to deal with me, I'll kill you first. Venerable Chikue roared as he turned into a hellhound and pounced towards Jing Kongling. The pure spatial spirit also used bloodline fusion and turned into a pearl. The pearl grew in size rapidly, and with the sound of waves, it shot towards Chikue Knight. At the same time, Lu Ming burst forth with 4 streams of dragon energy. His body was like a stream of light as he pounced towards the hellhound. He activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art and struck out with his palm. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud bangs, the 3 parties collided. Then, the hellhound was seen staggering backward. Impossible! Venerable Chikue roared. He was actually forced to retreat by 2 juniors, Lu Ming and Jing Kongling. How was this possible? He roared and pounced at Lu Ming and the pristine void spirit again. The beach shook and the waves roared. The beads seemed to contain the water of an ocean, which was extremely terrifying and could crush everything. Lu Ming's palm contained the power of the prison-suppressing steel and the 5-colored will. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued, but the final result was that the hellhound was at a disadvantage and was suppressed. This result made the hellhound extremely shocked. Although he was the weakest in the spiritual god realm, he was still in the spiritual god realm. He had never thought that he would be suppressed by 2 youths in the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. Chapter 1034 Success, Start Cultivating. In the past, Venerable Chikue had always been in the nearby area and had never interacted with the world's heroes. He had long heard that this generation was full of prodigies, experts were as common as clouds, and the battle strength of the younger generation was extremely terrifying. However, he had only heard of it and did not take it to heart. No matter how talented he was, as long as he had not entered the spiritual god realm, how strong could he be? But now, he realized that it was really strong, far beyond his expectations. It could only be said that his talent limited his imagination. Whoosh! Whoosh! The battle between the 3 of them caused their forces to be unbridled. Many of the forces poured down on the sky vermilion fruit tree. The light shield that enveloped the sky vermilion fruit tree shook violently. In the end, it actually exploded with a bang. The formation was about to be broken, but it was easily broken by the 3's powerful chi. The formation was broken and the 3 of them turned to look at the sky vermilion fruit. The hellhound roared and pounced towards the sky vermilion fruit tree. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming threw a few consecutive punches at the hellhound. Each punch seemed to be able to shatter the space. At the same time, the purifying air spirit also suppressed the hellhound. The 2 of them blocked the hellhound. Dandan! Lu Ming called out. Leave it to me. Dandan turned into a ray of light and pounced towards the sky vermilion fruit tree. If I can't get it, you can forget about getting it. The hellhound let out a furious roar as flames burst out from its body. Countless flames scattered in all directions. Some of them were directed at Lu Ming and the pure spatial spirit, while some were directed at the vermilion sky fruit tree. He wanted to destroy the sky vermilion fruit tree. Nest! Dandan cursed in anger. He waved his claws and countless runes appeared in the sky, forming a formation to block the flames. At the same time, he opened his mouth and sucked in the sky vermilion fruits. After swallowing a few, he ran to the other side and grabbed a few more sky vermilion fruits with his claws, stuffing them into his mouth. Buzz! Buzz! He waved his claws and grabbed a dozen sky vermilion fruits. And this sky vermilion fruit tree only had a total of a dozen sky vermilion fruits, and almost all of them had been picked by Dandan. Boom! At this moment, the formation that Dandan had set up was broken through by the flames. Endless flames poured down on the sky vermilion fruit tree. Dandan could not be bothered. She ran wildly and landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. The flames descended and the sky vermilion fruit tree was reduced to ashes in an instant. Hand over the sky vermilion fruit. Venerable Chi Kue roared. Nonsense, kill. The essential core in his body exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming pushed the prison-suppressing heaven technique to its limits. All the essential core in his body was instantly sucked dry. However, the power he released was terrifying. With one punch, the hellhound let out a shrill cry and staggered backward. Immediately after, the round bead that was transformed from the clear spirit pressed down and forced the hellhound to retreat. Damn it, just you wait. Seeing that there was no hope of snatching the sky vermilion fruit, Venerable Chi Kue turned around and left after leaving behind these harsh words, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Buzz! The bead trembled and the pristine void spirit returned to its human form. She looked at Lu Ming with a gaze filled with surprise. Lu Ming's combat strength seemed to be stronger than the last time he fought with Blood Luo Zi. More importantly, Lu Ming had not activated his blood meridian, which made her feel that he was unfathomable. Lu Ming looked ahead and frowned slightly. Miss Kongling, someone else is here. Let's leave this place first. All right. Jing Kongling nodded and the two of them flew back. Not long after Lu Ming and the pristine void spirit left, a terrifying sonic boom was heard from afar. A figure appeared in the sky. If Lu Ming was here, he would have recognized the man at a glance. He was the bald man from Cold Blood Hall. The bald man muttered, there was clearly a huge battle just now. They must have been fighting for treasures. But now, they're gone. They're running quite fast. Suddenly, the bald man's brows twitched and he muttered, it's the aura of that Lu brat. Humph, let's see where you can run to this time. With that, the bald man followed the aura and chased in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest had left. The two of them flew for 10,000 miles and came to a valley. Dandan, how many sky vermilion fruits did you get? Take them out. Lu Ming looked at Dandan. There are 15 in total. We'll split them evenly. Dandan said. You want to split it equally? Lu Ming widened his eyes. Of course. Without me, you wouldn't have gotten a single one. Dandan stuck her claws in the air, looking very proud. Brother Lu, it's fine. I have 5. Qing Junling said. All right, hand over the sky vermilion fruit. Lu Ming nodded. Dandan opened her mouth and 10 sky vermilion fruits flew out. Lu Ming took 5 and the pristine void spirit took 5. Brother Lu, thank you for your help this time. I'm going to find a place to refine the sky vermilion fruit now. I'll take my leave now. The pristine void spirit cupped his fists and bade Lu Ming farewell. I'm also looking for a place to refine the sky vermilion fruit. Goodbye. Lu Ming also cupped his fists and did not say much. The two of them stepped into the air and left in different directions. Lu Ming flew for another 10,000 miles and made a small hole in a big mountain. He flew in until he reached the belly of the mountain and entered the mountain and river diagram. Not long after Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram, the bald man arrived. His aura has disappeared again. There must be some treasure hiding his aura. He must be nearby. I'll wait nearby. As soon as that Lu guy appears, I'll kill him with lightning speed. The bald man's eyes flickered with a cold light. Then, he flew into the sky and hid in a cloud. Lu Ming entered the mountain and river diagram and sat cross-legged on one of the mountain peaks. Dandan, you've plucked more than 15 sky vermilion fruits, right? Lu Ming asked indifferently. He knew Dandan all too well. She definitely wasn't telling the truth just now. Hey, Lu Ming, what do you mean by this? Are you suspecting me? You're doubting my character, no, my turtle character, you know. Dandan immediately glared at Lu Ming unhappily. What's there to be suspicious about? I don't believe that you've only plucked 15 sky vermilion fruits. Lu Ming replied calmly. You. Flustered and exasperated, under Lu Ming's gaze, she said guiltily, all right, I actually plucked 16. I don't believe it. Lu Ming said indifferently. You. All right, it's actually 17. You're still looking. All right, it's 18. Ha, 20, only 20, really only 20. In the end, Dandan smiled awkwardly and spat out 10 more pills from her mouth. She pointed to the heavens and swore that she only had this much left. Lu Ming was speechless. He knew that this guy would keep it to himself. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and took 3 more pills, leaving 7 for Dandan. This made Dandan sigh. If she did not need Lu Ming to help her find more elixirs, she would have fallen out with him. 8 sky vermilion fruits should be enough. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took out one and enveloped the sky vermilion fruit with devouring power. He began to absorb the medicinal effects of the fruit and cultivate. The sky vermilion fruit was a rare spirit fruit that contained an infinite amount of energy essence. It was different from many other spirit herbs and spirit fruits. The energy essence in the sky vermilion fruit was very pure and was very similar to a warrior's true yuan. It also had almost no impurities and could be refined very quickly, helping one to improve their cultivation and break through to the next realm. Great Circle of Spirit Embryo. Very quickly, the energy of the sky vermilion fruit entered Lu Ming's body. He circulated the true war dragon technique and the majestic energy was constantly converted into Lu Ming's essential core at an unbelievable speed. It did not require much refining. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. In just a few minutes, all the energy in the sky vermilion fruit had been refined. Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the middle stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm in one go and was still rising. This was even more majestic and robust than the energy Lu Ming had devoured from dozens of martial artists at the perfected spirit embryo realm. This sky vermilion fruit is indeed wondrous. It can actually be refined so quickly. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. He surmised that even an ordinary martial artist would not need much time to refine the sky vermilion fruit. Continue. Lu Ming took out another sky vermilion fruit and began to refine it. His cultivation base rose like a rocket. The sky vermilion fruit was a rare treasure. It was too difficult to cultivate it. Its survival rate was extremely low, and the chances of it bearing fruit were also extremely low. Furthermore, a sky vermilion fruit tree would not bear many fruits. Therefore, the sky vermilion fruit was almost impossible to buy and could not be seen outside. Its effects were too good, and even if a major force nurtured it, it was simply not enough. This ancient medicine garden had been sealed for a long time, and there was only one tree left. Now, it was destroyed. As he continued to refine, Lu Ming's cultivation level continued to soar. After refining 4 sky vermilion fruits, Lu Ming's cultivation level rose to the perfected 9th level of the spirit embryo realm. Next, he began to strive for the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. I'm cultivating the true war dragon technique and the super spirit sea secret technique, so my Jin Yuan is much stronger than ordinary people. For sky vermilion fruits might not be enough for me to break through to the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming pondered in his heart and his eyes could not help but glance at Dandan who was not far away. Dandan was lying on a cloud with her legs crossed, nibbling on a stalk of spirit medicine while looking up at the sky. She was very relaxed and satisfied. As if sensing something, Dandan turned to look at Lu Ming. Seeing that Lu Ming was looking at him, greedily, he shivered and said, "Kid, what are you trying to do?" "Dandan, lend me those 7 sky vermilion fruits of yours." Lu Ming gave a friendly smile. "Lend it to you? I'm not lending it to you. If I lend it to you, can you still return it?" Dandan shouted. "You're really not going to lend it to me?" Lu Ming's face darkened and he started to turn hostile. "I won't." Dandan gritted her teeth. Alright, if we find any spiritual herbs in the future, don't even think about getting a single one. They'll all be mine. Lu Ming snorted coldly. You. Dandan glared angrily, her eyes rolling. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, Here, I'll give you all of them. But I'll definitely get more of the other spirit herbs in the future. Yes. Happy cooperation. Lu Ming smiled again. How treacherous. Dandan sighed speechlessly and gave the last 7 sky vermilion fruits to Lu Ming. There were 11 sky vermilion fruits in Lu Ming's hands. It should be enough. Roar. The 9 dragons appeared. With a long roar, they swallowed all 11 sky vermilion fruits and began to refine them to break through to the next realm. Boom. 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 The vast and surging energy surged unceasingly, rapidly transforming into essential core and began to help Lu Ming break through to the next realm. Endless true essence gathered in the spirit embryo in his dantian and transformed into purer true essence, which gushed out of the spirit embryo. During this process, the spirit embryo became more and more solid, and its volume became smaller and smaller. It's not enough, just a little more. Lu Ming continued to refine the energy of the sky vermilion fruit. Half an hour later, the energy of all 11 sky vermilion fruits had been refined and transformed into a terrifying essential core that ran through Lu Ming's body. Boom! In the end, something seemed to have been broken. The aura on Lu Ming's body suddenly soared. Buzz! Lu Ming opened his eyes and 2 beams of light shot out. They traveled hundreds of miles and pierced through a mountain. Great circle of spirit embryo. A faint smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He had finally reached the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. The next step would be to prepare to break through to the spiritual god realm. However, it was not that easy to break through to the spiritual god realm. It was not something that could be achieved by devouring a huge amount of energy. Spiritual god, it was the spiritual god being nurtured in the spirit embryo. Not only did it require the intent to break through to the 4th level, but it also required one's consciousness and soul to merge into the spiritual god. In the end, the spirit embryo shattered, and the spirit god appeared. Moreover, when the spiritual god appeared, there would be a lightning tribulation from the sky. One had to go through the terrifying lightning tribulation before they could officially step into the spiritual god realm. There was a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the martial king realm and condensed the intent runes. There was also a heavenly tribulation when one broke through to the spiritual god realm. Moreover, its power was extremely terrifying. Many people were turned into ashes by the heavenly tribulation at this final step. Lu Ming closed his eyes and looked into his body. He realized that the spirit embryo in his dantian was extremely solid. It was crystal clear and looked like a crystal. It was also very small, only the size of a watermelon, and there was a vigorous life force emanating from it, as if it was giving birth to a god. Who? Lu Ming opened his eyes and let out a long breath. If I were to meet Venerable Chikue now, I could kill him if I used my full power. Feeling the vast essential core in his body, Lu Ming revealed a confident smile. From the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm to the perfected spirit embryo realm, his essential core had increased by too much. Lu Ming's combat strength had also increased by several times. Ha, Dandan, I'll go out and find more spirit herbs for you. Lu Ming was in a good mood after the breakthrough in his cultivation. He moved and exited the mountain and river diagram. He then broke through the mountain and appeared outside the mountain peak. Buzz! Lu Ming had just appeared outside the mountain peak when a terrifying pressure came from above his head. A blood-red axe crossed the distance of 10,000 meters in an instant and slashed down violently at Lu Ming. This was a surprise attack without any warning. Lu Ming did not expect to be attacked the moment he left the mountain. If Lu Ming had not broken through, he might have been seriously injured by this attack. But now dash. With a thought, the mountain and river diagram appeared and covered his entire body. At the same time, a vast amount of true core strength exploded and he punched upwards. Even though he was caught off guard and used his vital essence at the last minute, the power of this punch was still extremely terrifying. It collided with the bloody axe with a huge boom. Most of the power of the bloody axe was offset, and the remaining power was blocked by the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming's body trembled and he fell. Just as he was about to land on the ground, Lu Ming stepped on the branch of a big tree with the tip of his foot and soared into the sky again. He glared coldly at the person who had ambushed him. The bald man from Cold Blood Hall. At this moment, the bald burly man was a little surprised. He did not expect that Lu Ming would be able to receive his surprise attack unscathed. His expression was a little grave. Did you make a breakthrough in your cultivation? The bald man's expression changed drastically when he sensed Lu Ming's aura. Previously, when Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm, his combat strength was already extremely shocking. Now that he had broken through to the perfected spirit embryo realm, how strong would Lu Ming's combat strength be? The bald burly man's heart was incomparably heavy. Moreover, he was also in disbelief. It had only been a few days. Previously, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. How could he have broken through to the perfected spirit embryo realm in just a few days? This speed was too terrifying. Killing a spirit god expert. It's you again. You don't need to leave today. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent as he looked at the bald man. It was a good time to settle the score from before. Brat, don't think that you can kill me just because you have a breakthrough in your cultivation. The bald man's face darkened. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath on him. The 9-dragon bloodline emerged and Lu Ming immediately performed the bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons. At the same time, the 6 streams of dragon energy in his body burst out. A terrifying power surged in Lu Ming's body. With the 9 dragons' step and the 5-colored concept Riva levering around him, he clawed at the bald man with his 9 claws. See law. The dragon claw struck out, and the space was torn apart like a piece of paper, with cracks appearing. It's that terrifying? The bald man was shocked. To be able to tear space apart with a single claw, he had completely reached the level of a spiritual god. The bald burly man retreated rapidly. The blood axe bloodline appeared above his head. He also used the bloodline fusion and turned into a blood axe. He hacked at the 9 dragons. Boom! The blood-red battle axe and the dragon claw collided, forming a terrifying energy storm that spread in all directions. Break! A cold voice came out of 9 dragons' mouth, and the blood-red axe was hit far away. With one attack, the bald man was at a disadvantage. How can he be so strong? The bald burly man roared in disbelief. Kill! The dragon claw stepped in the air, and the 9 dragons were like flowing light. They instantly rushed to the front of the blood-red battle axe and clawed again. At the same time, the 9 dragons roared, and a terrifying devouring power enveloped the blood-red battle axe. As Lu Ming's cultivation level increased and he entered the perfected spirit embryo realm, his essential core increased dramatically. As his essential core was rich and powerful, more essential core burst out with the prison suppressing heaven technique. The power of the prison suppressing heaven technique also increased sharply. Now, Lu Ming's casual move was comparable to the power of the prison destructive heaven technique when he was in the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. If he were to break through to the spiritual god realm and his true yuan would become even more abundant, he would be able to use the destructive prison heaven technique at will. Only then would the power of the god tier martial skill be truly released, and it would be even more terrifying. This is. Enveloped by the devouring power of the 9 dragons, the blood-red battle-axe trembled slightly, and the bald man's frightened voice came out. He could feel that his bloodline power was becoming unstable. After being enveloped by the devouring power, his strength was affected. Bang! The dragon claw grabbed the blood-red battle axe, causing it to shake violently. After the first claw, it was followed by the second, the third. One claw after another, it clawed at the bald man. Lu Ming defended himself with the mountain and river diagram. He did not have to care about his own defense at all. He only attacked madly. Bang! 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 In the sky, there were constant explosions and the blood-red battle axe kept shaking. The bald man was completely at a disadvantage. How can he be so strong? Is this still the spirit embryo realm? The bald man's heart trembled, and fear appeared in his heart. He was too powerful. As a spiritual god, he was actually suppressed by Lu Ming throughout the entire process. Go, I'll retreat first. The bald man was afraid and had the intention to retreat. If you want to leave, stay here today. As if he had seen through the bald man's thoughts, the 9 dragons' claw once again grabbed at the blood-red battle axe. The power of this claw was even more powerful and terrifying than the previous ones. Lu Ming used all his strength in this claw, using the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The essential core in his body was also completely extracted. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique was much more terrifying than before. Boom! The claw hit the battle axe. The battle axe shook and exploded. The bald man reappeared and was sent flying to the ground like a cannonball. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Boom! The bald man heavily smashed into the ground, causing the earth to rumble violently. A powerful shock wave swept in all directions, and some mountains within 100 miles were shattered, collapsed, and gravel flew everywhere. The flowers, grass, and trees were all turned into ashes. As for the bald man, he was lying on the ground with a huge pit that was dozens of miles deep. At this moment, the bald burly man's mouth was spurting out blood. His aura was weak and his eyes were filled with fear. Kill! The 9 dragons took a step forward and rushed down. Their dragon claws tore at the bald man. At that moment, essential core from the Na Yuan stone was flowing into Lu Ming's body continuously. His essential core was full again. However, the primeval essence stored in the Na Yuan stone had been completely used up. After all, it was only the vital essence he had stored when he was in the early stage of the 9th level spirit embryo realm. No, don't kill me! The bald burly man roared in fear. He wanted to resist but he was severely injured. How could he stop Lu Ming? The claw radiance shattered all of the bald burly man's defenses and tore him into pieces amidst his terrified screams. Swallow! The devouring power enveloped the bald man and devoured all of his blood essence, vital energy, and true essence. The qi, blood, and true yuan of a spiritual god realm master were too strong, and they surged in the bloodlines of the 9 dragons. Find a place to refine it. Lu Ming moved and left the place, flying into the distance. Of course, he did not let go of the bald man's storage ring either. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming entered a secret place and entered the mountain and river diagram to begin the refinement. His qi, blood, and true essence were constantly being transformed into true essence. Lu Ming's cultivation had improved again. Roar! Finally, the 9 dragons roared and the 7th chakra emerged under the original 6. After devouring and refining a spiritual god realm being, the 9 dragon bloodline had once again been upgraded to the 7th level divine rank bloodline. With the upgrade of the bloodline of the 9 dragons, another dragon power was born at his spine. There was a total of 7 streams of dragon energy. If Lu Ming were to release all 7 streams of dragon energy, his combat strength would undoubtedly increase. It's a pity that I can only release 4 dragon energies with my current physical body. If I release more, I won't be able to control it and the scales will appear. This kind of phenomenon is special and I'm afraid it will be discovered by people. Lu Ming thought to himself. Up until now, only 2 people had seen Lu Ming's full power outburst and his prison-suppressing steel bloodline and 9 dragon bloodline. They were the bald man and the bearded man. Now the bald man is dead, and there's still a bearded man. I hope he didn't tell anyone. Lu Ming pondered. The bloodline of the 9 dragons was too special. Since ancient times, no one had awakened it. If this news were to spread, it was very likely that the people of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace would discover it. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to kill that big bearded man. Lu Ming pondered. After a while, the bald man's energy was completely refined. Lu Ming took out the Nanyuan stone again. Now that the energy storage stones were empty, he planned to continue to store some true essence. With the Yuan storing stones, he wouldn't have so many scruples when he fought, and he could even burst out with his full strength from time to time. This time, he was able to kill the bald burly man all thanks to the Na Yuan stone replenishing his true Yuan. Holding the energy storing stone, he continuously poured his true essence into it. When his essential core was exhausted, Lu Ming would devour the rough stones to recover. Half a day later, Lu Ming stored several times in the Na Yuan stone, which was equivalent to several times of Lu Ming's total essential core, before he stopped. However, the consumption of raw gemstones was also terrifying. Tens of thousands of raw gemstones had been consumed. Chapter 1037 Spirit Refining Fruit. I don't have many raw gemstones left from Senior 9 Sons right now, only around 500,000. Also, I haven't sorted out the storage rings I obtained from the opponents I killed during this period of time. I'll sort them out when I'm free. I hope I'll be able to find something. Lu Ming had to stock up some raw gemstones now. He would definitely need a huge number of them when he broke through to the spiritual god realm. With a single thought, Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and continued to fly deeper into the herb garden. With the increase in his cultivation level, Lu Ming was much more confident. He flew at a high speed. Before long, he had flown a full 100,000 li and had already arrived at the depths of the medicine garden. Although this medicine garden was very large, it was only a few 100,000 miles. Along the way, Dandan harvested a lot of spirit herbs again. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. There was a green light spreading out in front of him. Lu Ming, then. There's definitely a rare elixir. Charge, charge. Dandan's eyes lit up and she shouted excitedly. Don't worry. If there really is a rare spiritual medicine there, it will definitely attract some experts. It won't be easy to get it. Lu Ming said. However, he was still curious and flew in the direction of the light. 10,000 miles later, he saw a huge mountain, but when he arrived, the light disappeared again. Why isn't there anyone here? Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This was different from what he had imagined. Since there was a light that could be seen from thousands of miles away, why did no one come? Strange. What a strong medicinal fragrance. Lu Ming's nose twitched and he looked at the mountains in front of him. Dandan's eyes were shining. Lu Ming flew over and discovered a wide valley in the middle of a mountain range. In the valley, there were trees that were more than 10 meters tall. However, the strange thing was that these trees were bare without a single leaf. Even the branches seemed to have dried up. However, at the top of each tree, there was a fruit. A strong fragrance was emitted from the fruit. Each tree only had one fruit. It was as if the energy essence of each tree had been used to nurture this fruit. This is the spirit refining fruit. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly widened, bursting with scorching flames. His heart began to burn with passion. It was actually the spirit refining fruit. Lu Ming felt that his breathing had become heavy. The spirit refining fruit was a spirit fruit that was even more precious than the sky vermilion fruit. In a sense, it was many times more precious. This was because the spirit refining fruit could refine a spirit god. That's right, when a spiritual god realm master consumed it, it could condense the spiritual god and make it more solid. In fact, in order to reach the spiritual god realm, one had to comprehend the essence realm of heaven and earth, and also the process of condensing the spiritual god. The spirit refining fruit had a fatal attraction to spiritual god experts. But to a spirit embryo realm martial artist, the temptation might be even greater. This was because when a martial artist at the great circle of the spirit embryo stage consumed the spirit refining fruit, the medicinal effects would seep into the spirit embryo. The moment they broke through to the spirit god stage, the spirit god would emerge from the spirit embryo and would be even more condensed. To break through to the spiritual god realm, one had to go through the heavenly tribulation. The more solid one's spiritual god was, the higher the chances of passing the heavenly tribulation. To a martial artist with a perfect spirit embryo realm, this was a supreme treasure. It was no wonder that Lu Ming was so excited. In the valley below, there were more than 100 spirit refining fruit trees. This also meant that there were more than 100 spirit refining fruits. If this news were to spread, all the martial artists at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm would go crazy. Ha, Lu Ming, you're rich with so many spirit refining fruits. Dandan grinned, extremely excited. Why didn't anyone come? Lu Ming did not completely lose his mind because of the soul-refining fruit. The light was so dazzling just now. Why was there no one around? Was he the first one to arrive? I don't care. Lu Ming planned to pick the spirit-refining fruit first. Brother Lu, wait. At this moment, a familiar voice rang out. Pure spatial spirit. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could tell that it was a clear and ethereal voice. One of the mountain peaks below suddenly rippled, and two figures appeared. There were two extremely beautiful women, the goddess of sandalwood, and the pure spirit. The fluctuations just now were clearly an array set up by Fairy Tan Xiang. Lu Ming did not expect to meet the two of them here. Brother Lu, come down for a chat. The pristine void spirit spoke and continued to transmit his voice to Lu Ming, as if he was afraid that others would hear him. Lu Ming flew down and entered the array. It was only then that he realized that Fairy Tan Xiang had set up an illusory array. Fairy, Miss Kong Ling, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. From the looks of it, Tan Xiang Fairy and Jing Kongling should have arrived a long time ago. But why didn't they pick the spirit-refining fruit? Why did they hide on this mountain and use an array to conceal themselves? There are a lot of blood ghost spiders on the spiritual refinement fruit tree. There are even spiritual god-level blood ghost spiders. Those who went in before are all dead. Fairy Tan Xiang explained. What? A blood ghost spider? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right. You must have come here because you saw the light. The Cold Blood Hall deliberately lured you here with the elixir. They lured people into the valley to help them deal with the blood ghost spiders. I found out early, so I hid here and waited for the opportunity. After Fairy Tan Xiang explained, Lu Ming came to a realization. The people from Cold Blood Hall must have found the spirit-refining fruit first, but they could not deal with the powerful blood ghost spiders inside, so they wanted to attract others to help them deal with the spiders, so that they could reap the benefits. Fairy Tan Xiang discovered this secret and secretly set up an array to hide here. She was also the one who called out to the pure spatial spirit. A few groups of people had already died inside. The people from Cold Blood Hall have gone out to attract others. They'll probably be back soon. Fairy Tan Xiang said. As soon as Fairy Tan Xiang finished speaking, the three of them looked toward the north. There, 3 blood-red lights flew over at an extreme speed, then landed on a mountain peak and disappeared. 3 spiritual god realm experts. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The 3 Cold Blood Hall disciples were all spiritual god realm experts, and Lu Ming had seen 2 of them before. One of them was the bearded man, and the other was the Cold Blood Hall expert who was injured when Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin went to the Pillar of Heaven's mountains. The 3 Cold Blood Hall experts were hiding in a mountain peak, concealing their auras. Not long after, there was another flash of light and 6 figures flew over at high speed. The 6 figures included a white-haired elder and a middle-aged burly man. However, their auras were all extremely strong. The weakest was at the 9th level of the spirit embryo realm, and there was even a perfected spirit embryo realm. I clearly saw a flash of light in this direction just now. How did it disappear? An old man muttered. That is the spirit refining fruit. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed. The others also looked at the valley, their eyes burning with passion. It's the spirit refining fruit. It's really the spirit refining fruit. So many. The 6 of them all revealed expressions of madness and greed. The battle between spiritual gods. The 6 of them looked at each other. Suddenly, the 6 of them moved. They attacked together and frantically pounced into the valley. Ha! The spirit refining fruit is mine. One of the burly men laughed as he reached for one of the fruits. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark red light flashed from the tree and pounced at the burly man. What? A blood ghost spider? The burly man was shocked and used all his strength to slash at the spider. Bang! The gore-fiend spider was cut in half. However, the next moment, dozens of blood ghost spiders pounced at the burly man as if they had stirred a hornet's nest. Some of them were extremely powerful. He was not the only one. The other 5 were also attacked by the blood ghost spiders. Damn it! The 6 of them roared and used all their strength to fight the blood ghost spider. In the blink of an eye, dozens of blood ghost spiders had died at their hands. However, one of the 9th-tier spirit embryo realm elders let out a blood-curdling scream as the blood ghost spiders pierced through the space between his brows. Then, countless blood ghost spiders climbed onto his body, and in an instant, the elder's corpse was gone. Retreat! The others were shocked and wanted to retreat. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was an intense sound of something breaking through the air. A dark red light flickered rapidly. The 5 experts were all killed in an instant. A spiritual god realm blood ghost spider! He exclaimed. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could clearly see that the one who had attacked was also a blood ghost spider. It was the size of a fist and had an exceptionally powerful aura. The 6 masters were all dead in an instant. They were devoured by the dense horde of blood ghost spiders. The valley quieted down again. The blood ghosts climbed up the god-refining tree again and seemed to have become one with it. From a distance, no blood ghost spiders could be seen. 3 cold blood hall experts appeared in the air. You're really trash. One of them coldly shouted. This won't do. It won't consume much of the spider's strength. There are 3 spiritual god realm spiders here. I have to be at the spiritual god realm to consume their strength. The big bearded man said. Then let's go and attract the spiritual god realm martial artists. After making up his mind, a spiritual herb appeared in the big bearded man's hand. Suddenly, a green light filled the air and rushed into the sky. That's green heaven grass, a level 9 spirit herb. Lu Ming was shocked. The spiritual herb in the big bearded man's hand was actually a level 9 spiritual herb. A fiery light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. If he had this level 9 spiritual herb, his physical body might be able to break through to the 9th grade. The 3 cold blood hall disciples flew south this time, but they came back soon and hid in the mountains. Not long after, 2 streaks of light flew over from the south at an extremely fast speed. Their speed was terrifyingly fast, and their terrifying might was vast and incomparably powerful. 2 eagles. Lu Ming saw that they were 2 eagle-like demonic beasts. It's the Sky Eagle Castle's experts. Fairy Tan Xiang whispered. The 2 eagles were obviously spiritual god-level existences. Their auras were as heavy as mountains, and their eagle eyes were as sharp as lightning as they scanned the surroundings. When they saw the spirit refining fruit in the valley, they immediately burst into a fiery light. Kaka, it's the spirit refining fruit. It's actually the spirit refining fruit. What a great opportunity. A giant purple eagle laughed. We'll split it evenly. A giant blue eagle said. All right. The giant purple eagle nodded. Then, the 2 giant eagles rushed into the valley. As soon as they rushed into the valley, a dense horde of gore-fiend spiders rushed at them. Die, blood ghost spider. The giant blue eagle opened its mouth and spat out a ray of blue light. Wherever the light passed, the temperature dropped sharply, and the blood ghost spiders were also frozen into blocks of ice. The giant purple eagle flapped its wings, and endless purple lightning spread out. The spiders were swept by the lightning and turned into ashes. The ordinary Gorfine spiders could not stop the two giant eagles at all. Thousands of them were killed in an instant. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, 3 rays of light flashed out and attacked the two giant eagles. Not good. It's a spiritual god-tier blood ghost spider. The giant purple eagle roared and flapped its wings. The terrifying lightning turned into 3 lightning spears and stabbed at the 3 blood ghost spiders. At the same time, the giant blue eagle launched a terrifying attack. A blue ice river wound around the 3 spiders, trying to freeze them. However, the 3 Gorfine spiders were extremely powerful. They broke through the lightning and ice river and attacked the 2 giant eagles. The 2 giant eagles howled in anger as they fought with all their might. Boom! Boom! The 2 giant eagles and 3 Gorfine spiders collided with each other. They flew into the sky and fought fiercely. The 2 giant eagles and 3 Gorfine spiders should all be at the first tier of level 8, equivalent to the first tier of the spiritual god realm. Their combat strength was similar, but the 2 giant eagles were even fewer in number, so they were at a disadvantage. After thousands of them were killed, the 3 level 8 spiders seemed to be in a frenzy. They entangled the 2 giant eagles and fought fiercely. After a few dozen moves, the giant purple eagle was scratched by the Gorfine spider's claws. Blood gushed out and its feathers flew in the air. Damn it! The giant purple eagle went crazy. The divine beast blood in its body was boiling, and its body seemed to have turned into lightning. It clawed and almost pierced through a blood ghost spider. Although the spider managed to dodge, it left a wound and green liquid flowed out. Let's go, let's go! The giant purple eagle roared angrily and tried to break out of the encirclement, but the 3 Gorfine spiders were holding them back. The battle was getting more and more intense. In the end, one of the Gorfine spiders seized the opportunity to open up a wound on the eagle's abdomen. The spider then crawled into the eagle's body. Ah! The giant purple eagle screeched as if it was in endless pain and struggled in the air. If we're going to die, we'll die together. In the end, the giant purple eagle roared, filling the sky with lightning. Its body expanded rapidly, and then exploded with a loud bang. Even the other 2 blood ghost spiders and the giant blue eagle were blown away by the terrible energy. In the sky full of lightning, a blood ghost spider could be seen in the air, but it was no longer breathing. It had been turned into a pile of charcoal. The Gorfine spider that had charged into the purple eagle's body was also killed by the purple eagle's self-destruction. Perishing together. Squeak. The remaining 2 Gorfine spiders seemed to be extremely angry. They shrieked and pounced on the giant blue eagle. The giant blue eagle roared and tried its best to escape, but it was in vain. It was entangled by 2 blood ghost spiders. In the end, one of the spiders was seriously injured by the giant blue eagle, but the giant blue eagle was also killed by the 2 spiders. 2 giant eagles of the 8th rank had died, just like that. Of course, the Gorfine spider had also paid a heavy price. Ha, good. With a loud laugh, 3 Cold Blood Hall experts appeared and pounced at the 2 spiders. Previously, there were 3 blood ghost spiders and they were not confident. Now, they could finally attack. Out of the 3 spiders, 1 was killed, 1 was heavily injured, and the last one was slightly injured. After all, the blue eagle was not to be trifled with. Snatching the spirit refining fruit. With the 3 of them working together, it was naturally much easier to fight the 2 injured spiders. The 2 spiders were completely suppressed and in danger. This is a good opportunity. We can take the spirit refining fruit here. Fairy Tan Xiang's eyes lit up. There shouldn't be any other spiritual god-level Gorfine spiders in there, right? Lu Ming asked. No, I'm very sensitive to the aura of living beings. I can't be wrong. Fairy Tan Xiang nodded. Alright, the three of us will attack at the same time to get the God-refining fruit. Then, we will break out of this encirclement together. Lu Ming said. The three of them had to work together to have a chance. Otherwise, the three cold-blood hall experts would definitely attack them. If they did not work together, they would not be able to escape. With a flash, the three of them pounced down the valley at the same time, their figures like lightning. Great Circle of Spirit Embryo. As soon as he made his move, Lu Ming realized that the aura of the pure and ethereal spirit was much stronger than before. He had clearly reached the Great Circle of the Spirit Embryo realm. It was obvious that the Jingkongling had refined the sky vermilion fruit and achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation. As soon as the three of them attacked, the three from Cold Blood Hall noticed them. Goddess Tan Xiang, Jingkongling, and Lu Shaoqing. You damn juniors. Don't even think about it. The big bearded man roared. The three Cold Blood Hall experts were shocked when they saw the three of them. They had never expected that there would be three top experts of the younger generation lying in ambush here, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Hurry, hurry. Lu Ming's quintessential essence burst forth and rolled forward like a ribbon. A few soul-refining fruits fell into his hands and he kept them. Deity Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling were extremely fast as well. Quintessential essence swirled around and spiritual refinement fruits landed in their hands. Pick it. Without Lu Ming's instruction, Dandan had already pounced forward with a loud cry. She kept grabbing the soul-refining fruits and stuffing them into her mouth. Stop! The bearded man's eyes were red. He roared and charged at Lu Ming. There was also a blood-robed elder who charged towards Jing Kongling and Goddess Tan Xiang. As for the injured middle-aged man whom Lu Ming, Chu Kuang, and Zhang Wenjin had met on their way, he was the most powerful among the three of them. He had fought two blood ghost spiders alone. At this moment, one of the spiders was already on the verge of death. Only the other spider was fighting with the middle-aged man. Bang! The severely injured and dying blood ghost spider suddenly exploded, and the sky was filled with blood-red light. The middle-aged man's face turned pale when the blood-red light shone on him. The next moment, a trace of green gas appeared. He had been poisoned. The remaining Gorfine spider screeched and absorbed the blood light. Its injuries healed quickly and its combat strength increased greatly. For a moment, it was in a stalemate with the middle-aged man. In the valley, Lu Ming burst out with 4 streams of dragon energy and punched with all his might. Boom! He exchanged a blow with the bearded man, and both of them trembled and retreated. The bearded man's combat strength was about the same as the bald man's. However, Lu Ming did not use his full strength. That was why they were on par. Your cultivation level. Even so, the bearded man was shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming's combat strength to be so terrifying that he could fight with him. Roar! He turned into a blood-red lion and pounced at Lu Ming. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing divine art. The 5-colored concept swirled around him as he fought the blood-colored lion. After several moves, it was still a draw. On the other side, Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling were fighting the elder in blood robes. The blood-robed elder's combat power was slightly stronger than the bearded man's, but the sandalwood fairy and the pure spatial spirit were also extremely powerful. After the pure space spirit broke through to the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, its combat strength had increased greatly. Even if it was alone, it could compete with a weaker first-level spiritual god realm martial artist. As for Fairy Tan Xiang, although she focused on alchemy, her battle strength was not to be underestimated. Fairy Tan Xiang's body glowed with a powerful, colorful light. This was a formation carved with her body. Clearly, there was an extremely powerful formation inside Fairy Tan Xiang's body. There was a bias for inscription masters. For example, some of them were inclined towards alchemy, some were inclined towards refining weapons, and some were inclined towards refining talisman scrolls. But no matter which aspect it was, inscriptions and arrays must be studied and cultivated, because it was the foundation of an inscriber and where their combat power lay. Fairy Tan Xiang's inscription formation was also extremely terrifying. The mental energy fire between her eyebrows danced and formed a powerful mental energy storm. What a strong mental energy! Fairy Tan Xiang is definitely perfect at every level. Lu Ming was shocked. Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling teamed up to fight the blood-robed elder, and they even had the upper hand. For a moment, the three sides were in a stalemate. However, no one stopped Dandan and she excitedly picked the spirit-refining fruit. There were also some remaining Gorfine spiders, but they were not strong and were killed by Dandan's formation. The eyes of the three Cold Blood Hall disciples turned red. They had put in so much effort but they had not even obtained a single spirit-refining fruit. Now, Lu Ming and the rest were about to pick all of them. They were furious. I don't care what kind of heaven's favorites you are, you will all die today. The bearded man roared angrily and launched a frenzied attack on Lu Ming. Killing intent flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. He wondered if he should unleash his full power and kill this bearded man. In the end, he decided to give up. The big bearded man might not spread the news alone, but now that he had unleashed his full power and revealed his 9-dragon bloodline, if others saw it, it might really spread. Lu Ming punched the bearded man again and again, stopping him. Kill! The middle-aged man who was fighting the blood ghost spider roared. A pagoda appeared above his head. The pagoda was blood red and had 5 golden chakras on it. This middle-aged man's bloodline was at the 5th level of the divine level, which was higher than that of the big bearded man and the blood-robed elder. His battle prowess was also much stronger. He transformed into a blood-red pagoda, exuding a terrifying aura, and pressed down on the spider. Boom! The pagoda trembled and successfully suppressed the spider under it. Blood light flashed as if it was bombarding the refined spider. At this time, Dandan was still frantically picking the spirit-refining fruit. Soon, more than 100 spirit-refining fruits were almost all picked by Dandan. The wind is blowing. Dandan shouted. He had finished picking the spirit-refining fruit and was about to run out. Die! The space trembled and blood light flashed. The blood-red pagoda pressed down on Dandan. As for the Gorfine spider, it had already been severely injured by the blood-red tower. Not good. Dandan was shocked and ran toward Lu Ming with a swoosh. Fairy, Miss Kongling, let's rush out together. Lu Ming threw a few punches in succession and then rushed towards Fairy Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling. He planned to group up and rush out together. Don't even think about it. The big bearded man roared and chased after him. The blood-robed elder was also tightly holding onto Fairy Tan Xiang and the pure spatial spirit. The blood-colored pagoda trembled and tried to suppress Lu Ming. Charge! Lu Ming rushed to the side of the two and threw a few punches, causing the blood bubble elder to tremble and retreat slightly. Then, he was about to rush to the south, but a blood-colored pagoda pressed down on him, exuding a terrifying aura. Chapter 1040 Unforeseen Event. His glabella glowed and the mountain and river diagram flew out. It expanded rapidly and surrounded Lu Ming, the sandalwood fairy, and the pure spirit. At the same time, Lu Ming threw more than 10 punches at the blood-red pagoda. Qing Junling shouted and waved her hands. The 2 water dragons also charged towards the blood tower. Fairy Tan Xiang waved her hand, and 9 pills flew toward the blood-red tower. When they were halfway there, the 9 pills glowed, and inscriptions appeared on them. They then exploded and turned into 9 combat swords, slashing toward the blood-red tower. Refining pills into weapons. A look of amazement flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Fairy Tan Xiang's alchemy skills had really reached an unfathomable level. She could actually refine pills and turn them into weapons. A single pill was equivalent to a divine weapon, a great killing weapon with boundless power. Boom! 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 Their attacks collided with the blood-colored pagoda and successfully blocked it. However, their attacks also collapsed. They only felt a powerful force surge over, and their bodies trembled slightly. The power of the blood-red pagoda was much stronger than that of the bearded man. Charge! After blocking the blood-red pagoda, the three of them charged out. However, at this moment, the bearded man and the blood-red robed elder also attacked. Together with the blood-red pagoda, they surrounded Lu Ming and the other two. Lu Ming and the other two could not rush out at the moment. They could only defend with all their might. Fortunately, they had the mountain and river diagram to protect them. The three of them could reduce their defense and use more power to attack. Lu Ming and Jing Kongling were fighting the blood-colored pagoda and the blood-robed elder. On the other hand, Goddess Tan Xiang's body was glowing. Colorful rays of light flew out continuously. It looked pretty but was filled with killing intent. At the same time, she waved her hand, and pills flew out. They formed a strange array in the air and attacked the bearded man with terrifying power. But even so, the three of them were still at a disadvantage. The main reason was that the blood-red tower was too powerful. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He had no choice but to use all his strength. He was confident that if he used all his strength, he would not be weaker than the blood-red tower. Boom! 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 However, at this moment, a deafening boom suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. The earth trembled and the sky exploded. Everyone saw a burst of brilliant light in the sky. It was like countless brilliant fireworks exploding at the same time. The formation exploded. What happened? Fairy Tan Xiang exclaimed. Lu Ming was also stunned. He remembered that this herb garden was shrouded in a large formation. The Cold Blood Hall people had only broken a corner of it, but now it seemed that the entire formation had collapsed. The entire herb garden was about to reappear in the world. Not good, the item has been taken by someone else. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the blood-red tower. What? It was taken by someone else, damn it. The bearded man and the blood-robed elder exclaimed in shock. They stopped attacking Lu Ming and the others and flew back. Then, they each took out a voice transmission jade talisman and looked at it. Their expressions changed drastically. Buzz! The blood-colored pagoda shook and transformed back into the middle-aged man. That thing is important. Let's go and catch any suspicious person. The middle-aged man called out. Brat, you're lucky today. The bearded man looked at Lu Ming and the rest unwillingly. Then, the three Cold Blood Hall experts left without looking back. This made Lu Ming, Goddess Tan Xiang, and Jing Kongling look at each other. Cold Blood Hall opened this ancient herb garden. It seems that there is something more important or treasure, but it has been taken away by others. Lu Ming made a guess. It was obvious that the value of the treasure was far above these spirit-refining fruits. Therefore, the bearded man and the others had no choice but to leave Lu Ming and the others behind to pursue the treasure. This was because they were not confident that they could take down Lu Ming and the rest in a short period of time. Let's go, we'll leave this medicinal garden first. Lu Ming said. Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling nodded as well. The three of them flew towards the west. After causing such a huge commotion, there would definitely be more and more experts. This medicinal garden was not a place to stay for long. It was better to leave first. There were no accidents along the way. The three of them flew for hundreds of thousands of miles, and only stopped when they were far away from the medicinal garden. Dandan, take out all the spirit-refining fruits. The three of them stopped on a mountain peak. Lu Ming looked at Dandan. Why? I got this. Dandan turned her head and did not look at Lu Ming. The spirit-refining fruit is very useful to those at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm or the spirit god realm. It's not as useful to you as other spirit herbs. Isn't it a waste to give it to you? Quickly take it out. These spirit-refining fruits are for Fairy Tan Xiang and Miss Kongling. Lu Ming said, staring at Dandan with an unfriendly look. This guy wanted to keep everything for himself again. In the end, under Lu Ming's intimidating gaze, Dandan had no choice but to spit out more than 100 spirit-refining fruits. This was also because the spirit-refining fruit was not particularly useful to Dandan. Otherwise, this fellow might not have been willing to hand it over. Fairy, Miss Kong Ling, a total of 102 pills. How about 34 each? Lu Ming divided the spirit-refining fruit into 3 portions and gave 1 portion to Goddess Tan Xiang and 1 portion to Jing Kongling. This time, it was all thanks to Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling. If not for them, Lu Ming would have rushed into the valley and fallen into Cold Blood Hall's trap. He would not have been able to get the spirit-refining fruit. Deity Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling did not stand on ceremony and received the items one by one. The main thing was that the spirit-refining fruit was indeed very useful to them. Even though she wasn't a martial artist, she could still use the spirit-refining fruit to refine a pill that would be of great use to her breakthrough to become a rank 8 alchemist. Kid, you're a guy who only values his lover over his friends. You only know how to use the spiritual herbs I picked to win the hearts of beautiful women. I'm not convinced. Beautiful women, you must remember that I risked my life to pick these spirit-refining fruits, not this kid. Dandan began to shout in displeasure. Then, she looked at Goddess Tan Xiang and Jing Kongling with a pair of sneaky eyes. He, young Master Lu, your spiritual pet is really strange. Fairy Tan Xiang chuckled and looked at Dandan curiously. The pure space spirit was the same, a spiritual pet, a little turtle, to actually be able to inscribe inscriptions, how amazing. They had never seen a demon beast that could inscribe an inscription formation. Ha, 2 beautiful ladies, I might as well tell you that I am the head of the top 10 battle beasts. I am unparalleled in the world, invincible in the world. Wherever I go, the world will submit to me, and millions of people will follow me. I think you two are not bad. How about this, I will reluctantly accept you as my maids. What do you think? Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder with her 2 claws on her waist, looking invincible. Lu Ming could not wait to slap this fellow to death. Dandan's appearance made Goddess Tan Xiang laugh even more. Even Jing Kongling, who was always ethereal, revealed a smile on her face. Young Master Lu, why don't you let me play with your spiritual pet for a few days? Fairy Tan Xiang laughed. Good. Before Lu Ming could say anything, Dandan immediately nodded her head and leaped into Fairy Tan Xiang's arms. Her claws grabbed onto Fairy Tan Xiang's skirt and she said, Beauty, how do you want to play with me? As she said that, Dandan had a sneaky smile on her face, not to mention how wretched she was. Chapter 1041 The road ahead is blocked. You. Perverted turtle. Fairy Tan Xiang's face turned red, and she sent Dandan flying with a slap. At the side, a pure and ethereal woman like Jing Kongling was also blushing slightly. She and Fairy Tan Xiang were looking at Lu Ming with strange expressions. Lu Shaoqing, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You've taught your spiritual pet to be like this. Fairy Tan Xiang glared at Lu Ming fiercely. I. The veins on Lu Ming's face throbbed. He felt wronged. Dandan was not taught by him. This fellow was a wily old fox. However, the Sandalwood Fairy and the Pristine Void Spirit clearly thought that Dandan was Lu Ming's spiritual pet. Furthermore, she looked young and must have been taught by Lu Ming. Since the spiritual pet was so perverted, the master must be the same. Lu Ming cursed Dandan hundreds of times in his heart. He was really speechless. His reputation was going to be ruined by this guy. Beauty, why did you hit me? You haven't told me how you're going to play with me. Dandan ran over and shouted again. Get in. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and threw her into the mountain and river diagram. Cough. Ladies, I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again if fate allows. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and cupped his fists. Where is young Master Lu going? Lu Ming did not look like that turtle. That was why Fairy Tan Xiang asked in a low voice. I plan to cultivate while heading to the holy city. Goodbye. With that, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky. This Lu Shaoqing is even more mysterious than I thought. Goddess Tan Xiang's eyes flickered and she left with Jing Kongling. Following that, Lu Ming cultivated while hurrying on his way. He did not move quickly and would stop every now and then. Sometimes, he would stop to comprehend when he had gained something. For now, his main focus was to comprehend the intent realm of heaven and earth. As for the 30 over spirit refining fruits, he had also found a place to refine all of them. The energy of the spirit refining fruits had all seeped into his spirit embryo. When he broke through to the spirit god realm, his spirit god would definitely be more condensed than ordinary people, and his chances of surviving the heavenly tribulation would also be greater. He walked and stopped. 7 days later, Lu Ming had only traveled a few million miles. One day, Lu Ming came to the territory of a sect called the Black Fog sect. Compared to the entire central continent, this was a small sect. There were only a few spirit god powerhouses in the sect, but they also had a teleportation formation. Lu Ming planned to take the teleportation formation of the Black Fog sect, cross the void, and head west. After all, the central continent was too vast. There were hundreds of big regions in the East Baron, but the central continent was 7 to 8 times bigger than the East Baron. How big could it be? If he flew to the holy city, who knew how long it would take? What's happening? The teleportation array of the mysterious fog sect has been controlled by a powerful force. No one is allowed to use the teleportation array to leave. What? There was such a thing. What kind of force is so overbearing? I heard it's Cold Blood Hall. They seem to be looking for someone and have sent a large number of experts. I have something urgent to attend to, so I have to leave. I can only go to the other forces to take a look. Lu Ming heard this news when he walked into a big city near the mysterious fog sect. Cold Blood Hall has actually sealed the transportation formation of Black Fog sect. Lu Ming frowned. He recalled that the bearded man had said that something had been stolen in the ancient herb garden. Was Cold Blood Hall still chasing after the thief? What was it that could make Cold Blood Hall mobilize so many people? Lu Ming observed the area around the mysterious fog sect and saw many Cold Blood Hall experts. The next day, Lu Ming left the territory of the mysterious fog sect and headed to another force. The Divine Wind Ancient Nation was an ancient nation with a few spirit gods guarding it. There was also a teleportation array in the imperial capital of the Divine Wind Ancient Nation. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at the Divine Wind Ancient Country's imperial capital. He appeared in a restaurant. Damn it, the teleportation formation in the Holy Wind Ancient Country is also controlled by Cold Blood Hall. We can't get out. It's said that all the teleportation formations of the dozen forces nearby are under Cold Blood Hall's control. No one can use them to leave. Cold Blood Hall is too overbearing. Who asked them to be the overlord force? That's a force with an emperor. Lu Ming furrowed his brows as he heard the discussion in the restaurant. The teleportation arrays of the dozen or so small forces were all controlled. There was no need to go to other forces. After eating and drinking, Lu Ming found an inn in the Divine Wind Imperial capital to stay in temporarily and observe the situation. From then on, Lu Ming cultivated in the inn every day, occasionally going out to check on the situation. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, but Cold Blood Hall still controlled all the teleportation formations. No one could get out of the formation. Some people were anxious and had urgent matters to attend to. Therefore, many people had already gathered together and planned to leave by flying instead of using the teleportation array. However, to go to the west, they had to cross a huge mountain range. The mountain range stretched from north to south and was tens of millions of miles long. There were countless powerful fierce beasts on it. Ordinary people would only be courting death if they flew over the mountain range. However, to the west of the Holy Wind Ancient Country, there was a huge plain. It was as if someone had punched through the mountain and created a plain. This plain was much safer than the mountain, and it became a passage for many people to go west. However, there were also many fierce beasts on the plain. Occasionally, there would be powerful fierce beasts that had evil levered from the mountains on both sides. Therefore, for safety reasons, if one did not take the teleportation array and flew over, a large group of people would gather and move together. When they entered, the Divine Wind Imperial Capital had already organized a group of people to fly over the mountain range. On this day, tens of thousands of people flew towards the west of the Divine Wind Imperial Capital. Lu Ming was one of them. He also planned to fly over the mountain range with the crowd. The group of people moved forward, and soon, a vast mountain range appeared in front of them. This mountain range was incomparably huge, towering into the clouds. It stretched from north to south, and there were countless ferocious beasts on it. However, in the middle of this mountain range, there was a huge gap that formed a plain. It was at least 10,000 miles wide and connected the mountain range to the other side. It was said that a long time ago, there was no such gap here. Later on, there were two emperors fighting, and this mountain range was hit by one of the emperors. The mountain range was broken in half, forming this plain. Lu Ming had seen an emperor's attack before. An emperor's path expert was too terrifying. One palm could definitely penetrate such a vast mountain range. The group of people gathered together and flew towards the plain. Roar. The roars of all kinds of fierce beasts could be heard from time to time. Some roars tore through the clouds and were extremely terrifying. It was the roar of a spirit god-level beast. Let's pass through this mountain range as soon as possible. We'll be in trouble if we attract a spiritual god-level ferocious beast. Someone shouted. Everyone increased their speed and flew forward. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a blood-red light filled the air in front of them, and the blood chi soared to the sky, blocking everyone's path. What's going on? Someone shouted. Oh no, it's the Cold Blood Hall experts. They're blocking the way. What? Did Cold Blood Hall send experts to stop them? Detestable. The scene was noisy. The overbearing Cold Blood Hall. Buzz! Buzz! Around him, blood-red light flew out and floated in the air. In a few breaths, experts in blood-red robes appeared from all directions, staring at Lu Ming and the others with cold eyes. They were all Cold Blood Hall experts, some of whom had terrifying auras. Experts, there are so many spiritual god-level experts. Just the spiritual god-level experts alone, there are more than 20 of them. Someone exclaimed. There were so many experts from Cold Blood Hall here. A few Cold Blood Hall experts stood in the sky. They were the leaders of the Cold Blood Hall. We've taken control of all the teleportation formations of the surrounding forces. The person who stole the treasure must be in a hurry to leave. This is his chance. He must be among this group of people. A white-haired old man said. That's right. It's dangerous to stay in Cold Blood Hall's territory. He must be in a hurry to leave. He can't use the teleportation formation, so he can only fly. There must be someone we're looking for among this group of people. Check every one of them. A burly man said coldly. Then, he took a step forward and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, shrouding Lu Ming and the nearly 10,000 people under his aura. Senior of Cold Blood Hall, why are you stopping us? Someone asked loudly. Yeah, we didn't offend anyone from Cold Blood Hall. Another person added. There are people among you that Cold Blood Hall needs, so we can only stop you all. The burly man said. Is there someone you are looking for? Do you have any special characteristics? Can we help? Someone said. I don't know. We don't know what characteristics they have, not even their gender. That's why we're keeping all of you here. The burly man said. Everyone looked at each other. They didn't even know if it was a man or a woman, so how could they find him? The burly man sneered, This man has taken an important treasure of Cold Blood Hall. It's simple. You just have to hand over all your storage rings. What? You want us to hand over our storage rings? No way. Someone refused. If he handed over his storage ring, could he get it back? Furthermore, which martial artist did not have secrets? There were many secrets in the storage ring. Who would want to hand them over? Today, I have to hand it over even if I don't want to. The burly man's eyes turned cold. Cold Blood Hall is too arrogant. You are not the only overlord force in the central continent. Don't go too far. Someone said coldly. Is that so? The burly man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a blood-red spear appeared in his hand. The next moment, the blood-red spear pierced through the void like a blood-red lightning bolt, stabbing toward one of the old OUs. The old OU's face turned pale with fright, and his aura skyrocketed as he frantically retreated. However, it was useless. The blood-red spear pierced through the old man and killed him on the plain. CSI. Many people gasped. Old OU's aura was extremely terrifying. He was in the first level of the spiritual god realm, but he was still killed by the burly man's blood spear. It was truly terrifying. How dare you question Cold Blood Hall? You're courting death. The burly man coldly said. Many people kept quiet out of fear and broke out in cold sweat. Cold Blood Hall was too domineering. They could even kill spiritual god realm beings. This was the overlord force. The spiritual gods of some small forces were like ants in their eyes. They could kill them if they wanted to. If you don't hand over your storage ring, you'll die. The burly man said coldly, his eyes sweeping over the person closest to him. I'll pay, I'll pay. Those who were scanned by the burly man's eyes had a change in expression. They could only take off their storage rings and hand them over. In the crowd, Lu Ming frowned. That burly man was too strong. He was definitely not at the first level of the spiritual god realm. He was most likely at the third level or even the fourth level of the spiritual god realm. In the spiritual god realm, the gap between each level was huge. It was not too difficult for a higher level to kill a lower level, let alone a few levels higher. Let's go. Cold Blood Hall only has a few hundred people, but we have tens of thousands of people. Let's go together. That's right, storage rings are all we warriors have. If we hand them over, how can we cultivate in the future? At worst, we'll just fight. Charge! Roars suddenly came from the crowd, and some people began to charge in all directions. With someone leading the way, the crowd instantly became chaotic and exploded. No one wanted to hand over their storage rings. Seeing others breaking out of the encirclement, many people also followed. Tens of thousands of people broke out in all directions, and the plain was in chaos. Courting death, kill, kill without mercy. The burly man roared with a violent killing intent. Boom! 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 The Cold Blood Hall experts released powerful auras and released beams of blood-red light. There were more than 20 spirit god experts. The others were all at the high level of the spirit embryo realm, and there were even quite a number of old monsters. Kill! Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of blood-red light formed sword gleams, saber gleams, and fist forces that shot towards Lu Ming and the rest. Instantly, miserable screams rang out. Hundreds of people were killed in an instant, and their corpses scattered on the ground. A spear's gleam was aimed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and shattered the spear's gleam. His figure flashed and he rushed towards the mountain range on his left. Only by rushing into the mountain range could he avoid the experts of Cold Blood Hall with the help of the complicated terrain and the fierce beasts in the mountain range. If he ran to either side of the plain, he would definitely be caught and killed. One of the experts had his eyes on Lu Ming. Blood-red light flashed in his hands, forming a spear ray that stabbed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming used his body movement technique and dodged the spear's radiance. He ran at top speed. Ah! The plains were completely drowned out by screams. A large number of corpses fell, and blood filled the air. Ha! Devour! Some cold blood hall experts used the bloodthirsty technique to swallow the thick blood chi. Boom! Boom! In Cold Blood Hall, there were a few extremely terrifying masters, such as the burly man and the two elders. Their auras were explosive, and with a wave of their hands, the sky and earth shook. Under the cover of their palm prints, a large number of experts were killed. There were a few spiritual god powerhouses in Lu Ming's group. However, they were no match for them and they fell one by one. I'll hand over my storage ring. Someone was scared and shouted to hand over his storage ring. However, there were also people who continued to attack, not wanting to hand over their storage rings. Young Master Lu, save me. Just as Lu Ming was charging forward, he suddenly heard a cry. He turned his gaze and was slightly stunned. Zhou Xin. He saw Zhou Xin. At this moment, Zhou Xin was in an extremely sorry state. She was also running with all her might in an attempt to escape. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Zhou Xin and they moved forward at top speed. Stay here. An old man had his eyes on the two of them. A terrifying aura erupted as he charged toward the two of them. This elder's aura was even stronger than an ordinary first-level spiritual god realm. He should be an expert in the second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming pulled Zhou Xin along and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to run at high speed. His body was like a stream of light, but he was carrying someone and his speed was affected. The elder caught up with him very quickly. The old man threw a punch and a blood-red fist force was sent flying towards Lu Ming. Along the way, someone tried to stop him, but he was directly smashed into dust by the fist force. Escaping danger, arriving at the Zhou family. Lu Ming let go of Zhou Xin and unleashed his dragon power. He circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique to its maximum and threw a punch. Boom! When the two fists met, Lu Ming's body trembled and he took a few steps back. The qi and blood in his body were in turmoil. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. This old man was too strong. He was at the second level of the spiritual god realm, which was several times stronger than the first level. Lu Ming activated the prison-suppressing heavenly art to its maximum and barely managed to block the punch. However, he was still injured. When the elders saw that Lu Ming, an ant with a great circle of the spirit embryo realm, could actually block his punch and not die, he was shocked. He was a little dazed and did not continue to attack for a moment. At the same time, the essential core in the dimensional stone was flowing into Lu Ming's body. He pulled Zhou Xin along and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to sprint forward. Zhou Xin had given him the purple jade that contained the Nanyuan stones back then. Now that they were in danger, how could Lu Ming leave her in the lurch? The two of them left in a flash. Only then did the old man react. His killing intent exploded as he angrily shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" It chased after Lu Ming at top speed. Buzz! Buzz! In front of them, Cold Blood Hall experts were also charging toward Lu Ming. Their attacks enveloped the two of them. This was the attack of an expert at the perfected spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming was unafraid of it alone. However, he had Zhou Xin with him. Lu Ming wanted to launch an attack to help Zhou Xin block the attack. In that case, his speed would be slowed down. Behind him, the old man was chasing after him at an extreme speed. "Hand over your storage rings and I'll let you go," the old man roared. Zhou Xin gritted her teeth and didn't say a word. Her face was filled with anxiety and worry, but she didn't seem to have any intention of handing over her storage ring. "Forget it, I'll risk it." Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a voice entered Zhou Xin's ears. "Don't resist." Lu Ming's voice rang out and Zhou Xin nodded. Then, a light flashed between Lu Ming's brows and the mountain and river diagram appeared. He rolled Zhou Xian up and kept her into the mountain and river diagram. Buzz! Lu Ming was the only one left. His speed increased sharply, and the cold blood hall expert with a perfect spirit embryo burst into pieces as Lu Ming rushed past him. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and moved like a stream of light. For a moment, the elder could not catch up with him. How can he be so strong? Who is this young man? The old man was shocked. He tried his best to chase after Lu Ming, but he realized that Lu Ming was getting further and further away. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Ming rushed into the mountain range at the side. There were terrifying ferocious beasts entrenched in the mountain range. Not long after Lu Ming charged in, he encountered several ferocious beasts of the spirit embryo realm, all of which he rushed past. Behind him, the cold blood hall elder was still in hot pursuit. Lu Ming could only run as fast as he could. Roar! A huge black tiger appeared. It was more than 10 meters tall, like a small mountain, and a terrifying aura spread out. With a loud roar, the clouds in the sky exploded. This was an extremely powerful vicious beast that had the bloodline of a divine beast. However, it was unwilling to transform into a human form and was hiding in the deep mountains and old forests. When he saw Lu Ming and the cold blood hall elder, his eyes glowed with ferocity. He roared and clawed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming blocked it with the mountain and river diagram and threw a punch. However, he was still sent flying by the black tiger's palm and broke dozens of boulders. However, the black tiger's target was clearly not Lu Ming but the old man. As the old man posed a strong threat to the black tiger and Lu Ming's aura was weak, the black tiger could not be bothered with him after the slap and pounced on the old man. Suddenly, the black tiger and the old man began to fight, and the old man was suppressed. Not far away, a rock exploded and Lu Ming rushed out of it. In a flash, he left the place and went far away at top speed. Damn it! The cold blood hall elder bellowed, but he was helpless. Suppressed by the black tiger, he could only barely protect himself as he watched Lu Ming leave. This black tiger is really powerful. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He felt an excruciating pain all over his body. He had been slapped by the black tiger and suffered a serious injury. However, it was worth it to shake off the cold blood hall elder. Next, Lu Ming slowed down a little and restrained his aura. He focused his mind and sensed carefully. If he sensed a powerful aura, Lu Ming would go around it. Lu Ming spent a full day to cross the mountain range. After crossing the mountain range, Lu Ming did not stop. He rose into the air and flew into the distance. After flying for a few million miles, Lu Ming stopped by a small river. He took a bath in the river and changed his clothes. Then, he sat cross-legged and began to heal his injuries. Although he was injured, they were all physical injuries. Now that his physical body was strong, these injuries were healed in less than half a day. Who? Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and Zhou Xian appeared. The moment Zhou Xian appeared, she scanned her surroundings vigilantly. When she saw that Lu Ming was alone, she heaved a long sigh of relief. Don't worry, Miss Zhou. We're already far away from that mountain range. Lu Ming said. I, Zhou Xian, would like to thank young Master Lu for saving me once again. I am extremely grateful. Zhou Xian bowed to Lu Ming and expressed her gratitude. You're welcome, Miss Zhou. Back then, you gave me the purple jade that you had your eyes on. Since I saw you in danger, it's only right that I help you. Where are your servants? Lu Ming smiled and asked. Back then, Zhou Xian had servants and guards by her side. Now, not a single one of them could be seen. Zhou Xian's eyes were red as she said, they're all dead. Oh. Lu Ming did not say much. He pondered for a moment and said, Miss Zhou, where do you live? Do you need me to send you back? I'm from the Zhou family of Yangu Mountain. I was just about to invite you to my Zhou family as a guest. Zhou Xian replied. Along the Gushan. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Previously, he had bought a map of the central continent and had a rough idea of the direction along the Gushan. It was also to the west and it would not go in the opposite direction of the direction Lu Ming wanted to go. Alright, then I'll go with you. Lu Ming nodded. Zhou Xian was overjoyed. The two of them rose into the air and left the place. After a few million miles, they arrived at a small faction with a teleportation formation. On this side of the mountain, Cold Blood Hall did not have the power to control other people's teleportation formations, because this side already belonged to the Sky Eagle Fort. The two of them took the teleportation formation and crossed a distance of hundreds of millions of miles, which was equivalent to the distance of dozens of big regions in the East Baron. Then, they flew for another 2 days before they arrived at Yengu Mountain. There were not many plants on the mountain because it was filled with fire-type spiritual qi. The plants here were all of the fire type and were very few in number. Yengu Mountain was the Zhou clan's territory. On the way, Lu Ming learned that the Zhou family was not a big force. There were not many spiritual god realm experts in the Zhou family, and they could be counted on one hand. Miss is back. As soon as they entered the vicinity of Yengu Mountain, someone cheered. So you're the young miss of the Zhou family. Lu Ming said with a smile. My father is the head of the Zhou family. He's just a small force. Young Master Lu, please don't laugh at me. Zhou Xian pursed her lips and smiled. Shiner. A moment later, a middle-aged man came out to greet him. Chapter 1044 Conspiracy, Crisis. Father. Zhou Xian was overjoyed and flew up. Father, come, let me introduce you. This is young Master Lu, Lu Shaoqing. It's all thanks to young Master Lu that I'm able to come back alive to see you. Zhou Xian pulled the middle-aged man aside and introduced him to Lu Ming. Junior Lu Shaoqing greets the Lu family head. Lu Ming went forward and cupped his fists. Ha, young Master Lu, you are too kind. You saved my daughter, so you are the benefactor of the Zhou family. Come, let us go in first. You must have had a hard time coming here. Take a rest first. Tomorrow, I will order someone to prepare a banquet to thank young Master Lu. The clan leader of the Zhou clan said courteously. Zhou family head is too polite. Lu Ming cupped his fists. The group of them walked into the Zhou residence. The Zhou family was huge, and there were palaces, pavilions, cultivation rooms, and training rooms built among the peaks. The air was filled with dense fire-type spiritual qi. It was obvious that the Zhou family was cultivating fire-type cultivation techniques. After entering the Zhou family residence, they quickly arranged an elegant courtyard for Lu Ming to stay in. In the room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. This is a good place to comprehend the fire concept. Then, he closed his eyes and started to comprehend the intent realm. After this period of cultivation, his mentality had all improved. However, other than the water mentality, his other mentalities had not broken through to the 4th level. Although the wind, fire, and thunder intents were very close to level 4, they were still lacking and had not broken through. In the Zhou family head's room, Zhou Xian was standing in front of him. At this moment, the Zhou family head's eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at Zhou Xian and said, Xian, did you really get that treasure? Father, I've already obtained it. Zhou Xian was also excited. Her palm glowed and a jade box appeared. She handed it to the Zhou family head. The Zhou clan leader took the jade box with trembling hands. He took a deep breath and opened the jade box. There was a jade token inside. The Zhou clan leader took out the jade token and scanned the contents of the jade token with his mind. Slowly, his body began to tremble and he revealed a look of wild joy. It's true, it's true. It's a supreme treasure, a supreme treasure. It's just as the ancient records say. With it, the Zhou family has hope of rising again. Ha! The Zhou clan leader couldn't help but laugh. But father, the materials on it are not easy to find. Zhou Xian replied. The Zhou clan leader took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Yes, it's not easy to find the materials, but there's always hope if we take it slow. By the way, how did you escape? I've received news that Cold Blood Hall has mobilized a large force this time. Did you really rely on that Lu kid to save you? Zhou Xan nodded. Indeed, I only managed to escape because Lu Shaoqing saved me. Lu Shaoqing is a peerless heaven's favorite. I heard that even the Blood Luo disciples lost to him. What? Even Blood Luo Z was defeated by him. Lu Shaoqing, the head of the Zhou family, was shocked and in disbelief. He had never heard of Lu Shaoqing's name before. The Zhou clan leader then asked, "Who is this Lu Shaoqing? Even if he's a peerless talent, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to save you from Cold Blood Hall." "Father, it's like this." Zhou Xian then told him all the information she had heard about Lu Ming and how he had saved her. What? A Grotto Heaven treasure? You're saying that Lu Shaoqing has a Grotto Heaven treasure? After listening to Zhou Xian's explanation, the Zhou family head's eyes widened in shock. His eyes flashed with an incomparably hot flame. That's right, that must be a treasure of the heavenly abode. It's a universe of its own, and living beings can live in it. It stretches for 100,000 miles, exactly the same as the legendary heavenly abode treasure. Zhou Xian was certain. She was shocked when Lu Ming first put her into the mountain and river diagram. A Grotto Heaven treasure. A Grotto Heaven treasure. The fire in the Zhou clan leader's eyes grew more and more intense. He then asked, "Shiner, which overlord force do you think Lu Shaoqing is from?" "Yes, that's what Lu Shaoqing said to others." Zhou Xian replied. "Good, that's good." A killing intent flashed in the eyes of the clan leader of the Zhou clan. "Father, what are you doing?" Zhou Xian was shocked. "Xian, as you know, tens of thousands of years ago, our Zhou family also gave birth to a supreme martial artist and was a powerful force second only to the overlords. However, we have not become what we are today. If this continues, we will be destroyed in the central continent sooner or later. It's not enough to rely on that kind of treasure alone. The materials are too difficult to find. However, Lu Shaoqing actually has a Grotto Heaven treasure. He must have encountered a great opportunity. He's so powerful at such a young age. His cultivation techniques, martial arts techniques, secret skills, and even other treasures are absolutely amazing. If everything he has belongs to the Zhou family, with that treasure, the Zhou family will have a chance of rising." The Zhou clan leader said coldly, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Father, do you want to kill Lu Shaoqing?" Zhou Xian said in a trembling voice. "No, we'll take him down first and seal all his cultivation. Then, we'll force him to hand over his Grotto Heaven treasure and all his treasures. He'll tell us his secrets, and then we'll kill him. After all, a treasure as important as the Grotto Heaven treasure must have been kept in his sea of consciousness. We won't be able to take it out if we kill him." The Zhou clan leader's gaze was extremely cold, and his voice was even colder. Zhou Xian shivered and said in a trembling voice, "But father, Lu Shaoqing has saved my life. He has saved me twice. I can't bear to treat him like this." "Silly." The clan leader of the Zhou clan waved his sleeves and berated, "So what if he saved you? This world is cruel. If you're indecisive and your methods are not ruthless enough, you won't be able to rise. You'll die in the hands of others sooner or later. Those who do great things don't care about the trifles. As long as we get Lu Shaoqing's secrets and treasures, our Zhou family will have a chance to rise. Do you want to see our Zhou family fall forever? There's one more thing. You met Lu Shaoqing in the ancient herb garden, and then you were surrounded by Cold Blood Hall. You risked your life and didn't hand over your storage ring. Don't you think Lu Shaoqing would be suspicious? If this news gets out and Cold Blood Hall comes to us, the Zhou family will be destroyed. So no matter what, we can't let Lu Shaoqing live." The head of the Zhou family stared at Zhou Xian with his bright eyes. Under his gaze, Zhou Xian wavered. Father, Xian, will listen to you. She sighed. That's more like it. How about this, we'll hold a banquet for him tomorrow. I'll put qingming powder in the food and wine. This medicine is colorless and tasteless. No matter how high your cultivation base is, you won't be able to sense it. Once you take it, you won't be able to use your true essence. This Lu Shaoqing is so concerned about you. I guess he's interested in you and won't be on guard against you. When he takes the clarity powder, he'll be at our mercy. The Zhou clan leader had a look of confidence. Father, Lu Shaoqing is no small matter. A single type of clarity powder might not be enough to guarantee our safety. We can't let our guard down against a prodigy like him. Zhou Xian replied. That's right. You're right. I was careless. I'll report this to the patriarch and ask him to come out of seclusion. Even if something goes wrong, the patriarch can easily suppress Lu Shaoqing. The clan leader of the Zhou clan nodded. Take action, ungrateful wretch. The father and daughter discussed for a while more before Zhou Xian left the room. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Zhou Xian sighed. Lu Shaoqing, I hope you don't blame me. You're all peerless heaven's favorites with deep opportunities and high positions. However, we're not the most talented. If we want to rise, we'll have to use some tricks. How can we compare to you? Zhou Xian mumbled to herself and slowly, her eyes became determined. The night passed quickly. The next afternoon, Zhou Xian's voice could be heard from outside Lu Ming's door. Young Master Lu. Zhou Xian called out softly. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and opened the door. He saw Zhou Xian standing at the door. Today, Zhou Xian had dressed up and looked like a lotus flower that had emerged from the water. To be honest, Zhou Xian was a rare beauty and many men would be moved by her. However, Lu Ming had seen too many beautiful women. Xian Yanqing, Jing Kongling, and goddess Tan Xiang were all devastatingly beautiful. Qiu Yu and Mulan were also rare in the world. Zhou Xian could not be compared to them. Hence, Zhou Xian was very ordinary in Lu Ming's eyes. Miss Zhou. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Young Master Lu, my father has prepared a banquet to thank you. Zhou Xian smiled. You're too kind, clan leader Zhou. Let's go over then. Lu Ming smiled. He then followed Zhou Xian out. Soon, they arrived at the main courtyard of the Zhou clan's clan head residence. Ha ha ha, young Master Lu, you're here. Please. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the Zhou family's master came forward to welcome him. There were two elders beside him. Lu Ming's eyes swept across the room and realized that the two elders had strong auras. They were both spiritual god realm powerhouses. However, he should not be too strong. He should be at the first level of the spiritual god realm. The Zhou family's master was obviously stronger. Lu Ming guessed that the Zhou family's master might be at the second level of the spiritual god realm. Zhou family head is too polite. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked into the courtyard with the Zhou family's master and the rest. The courtyard was already filled with fine wine and delicacies. It was extremely sumptuous. The dishes weren't ordinary. There were dragon tendons, lightning bird wings, thousand-year fire lobsters, and so on. They were all rare delicacies. If eaten frequently, they would be of great benefit to a martial artist's cultivation. They were extremely expensive, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them in their entire lives. Everyone sat down and Zhou Xian poured wine for everyone. She raised her glass and said, Young Master Lu, Zhou Xian toasts you. Thank you for saving me. Ha, Miss Zhou, clan leader Zhou, you're too polite. Lu Ming smiled. The father and daughter of the Zhou family were too polite. Lu Ming felt a little embarrassed. Lu Ming picked up the glass of wine. He did not feel that anything was amiss and then drank it all in one go. Seeing Lu Ming drink the fine wine, the Zhou family head and the two elders were overjoyed. Zhou Xian's eyes were filled with pity, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Good wine. Lu Ming drank it and exclaimed in admiration. He still did not seem to notice anything unusual. Ha, since young Master Lu thinks it's good wine, then drink a few more. The clan leader of the Zhou clan laughed. The wine is good, but it's a pity that it's poisoned, so it's no longer good. Lu Ming suddenly said. What? The Zhou clan leader and the others were slightly taken aback. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly roared. His dragon power burst out and he struck a palm at one of the elders. The elder was caught off guard by this palm. He could not defend himself in time and was hit by Lu Ming's palm. With a scream, the old man's body was torn into pieces. Damn it! You're courting death. The clan leader of the Zhou clan bellowed. An elder in the spiritual god realm was killed in an instant. His heart was about to bleed. There were only a few spiritual god realm existences in the Zhou clan. They had been accumulated over thousands of years, and now one of them had died. Boom! A violent aura burst out from the clan leader of the Zhou clan and he threw a palm at Lu Ming. The palm was so powerful that it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. The heavens and earth shook, and the table and the dishes on it were instantly turned into fine powder. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force surging towards him. This was the power of the second level of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming took advantage of the situation and struck out with his palm, which collided with the palm of the Zhou family's master. An earth-shattering force gushed forth. Lu Ming's body shook violently and he was sent flying. He took more than 10 steps on the ground. With every step he took, a huge pit was blasted out and the ground shook continuously. What powerful strength, let's go. Lu Ming did not hesitate at all. He took a step forward and the entire mountain shook violently. A terrifying force exploded and the mountain was about to explode. If it were not for the fact that the main peaks of the Zhou family had people inscribing formations, they would have exploded. Lu Ming's body soared into the sky. Stay here. The clan leader of the Zhou clan and another old man soared into the sky. Their terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. I'll smash it. Dandan rushed out, its 4 limbs retracted into the turtle shell, and smashed towards the Zhou clan leader. Boom! The Zhou family's head slammed his palm on the turtle shell, sending Dandan flying. However, with this delay, Lu Ming had already soared into the sky and was ready to use the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to escape. Boom! Above Lu Ming's head, a vast, terrifying, and unstoppable force erupted and fell on Lu Ming's body. It was as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. He fell like a cannonball and smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Lu Ming knelt on one knee on the ground. His face was pale and he kept coughing out blood. In the sky, a white-haired elder appeared. The aura on his body was extremely terrifying, vast, and unfathomable. It was this old man who had sent Lu Ming flying with a single palm. Dandan wanted to escape, but the old man waved his hand and condensed a huge palm, covering the sky and the sun, and grabbed Dandan. 4th level spiritual god realm and above. Lu Ming's heart sank. The elder's cultivation must have reached the 4th level of the spiritual god realm or even higher. He did not expect the Zhou family to have such a powerful existence. Lu Ming then turned to look at Zhou Xian. His eyes were cold as he shouted, "Why?" Lu Ming was in disbelief. He had never expected that the Zhou family would attack him. Lu Shaoqing, hand over your grotto heaven treasure and the martial arts techniques you've cultivated. Tell me the secret of your strength. Don't tell me it's because of talent. If a heaven's favorite wants to rise, talent is one aspect, but luck is another. The clan leader of the Zhou family walked up to Lu Ming and said coldly. Ha ha ha, I see. Lu Ming suddenly laughed out loud. He realized that the Zhou family wanted his mountain and river diagram and some other treasures. Ingrate, the people of the Zhou family were a bunch of ingrates. He had saved Zhou Xian twice, but the Zhou family turned on him in the blink of an eye and wanted to deal with him. How ridiculous was this? Zhou Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of pity, but she gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Roar! A dragon's roar was heard and the 9-dragon bloodline emerged. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and soared into the sky. 9 dragons, it's actually the bloodline of the 9 dragons? The Zhou family head and the Zhou family's elder exclaimed in unison. They were filled with shock. Trapped. You won't be able to leave today, so stay. The Zhou family elder let out a long howl. His aura was like a pillar that shot up into the sky, shaking the world. He struck out a palm as large as a mountain, blocking Lu Ming's path of retreat. The palm landed on the 9 dragons. Lu Ming exploded with all his strength. 7 streams of dragon energy, 5 types of concepts, and the prison-suppressing heaven technique were also unleashed to the extreme. With 9 consecutive steps, Lu Ming launched a peak attack. Boom! 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 The Zhou family elder's giant palm started to tremble. The Zhou family elder's face was extremely serious. He sighed, a perfected spirit embryo is actually so powerful. It's simply terrifying. Since we've already offended this person, we absolutely can't let him leave. The Zhou family head and the other elder were also shocked. The Zhou family's elder was in existence at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm, but he was still sighing. It was truly shocking. Boom! The Zhou family elder's aura became stronger and his palm force exploded. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons continued to explode and then collapsed. Lu Ming's figure reappeared and he fell to the ground, coughing up blood. The Zhou family elder was too strong. Even if he used all his strength, it would still be difficult for him to escape. Buzz! The Zhou family's elder appeared in front of Lu Ming and pointed his finger at him. Lu Ming could not stop him at all. Streams of finger force seeped into Lu Ming's body and a majestic essential core surged in, sealing all of Lu Ming's essential core. Lu Ming could not mobilize any essential core. Buzz! A small pagoda flew out from the Zhou family patriarch's glabella. The small pagoda expanded rapidly and floated above Lu Ming's head. It scattered down rays of light that entered Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that not only could he not circulate his essential core, but even the intent runes were sealed. He could not even use the intent. I've already sealed this brat with the essence sealing pagoda. Be it true essence, bloodline, or intent realm, he can't use them. He can't escape. The Zhou family elder said. One of his hands was covered in light and was sealed inside. You little thieves, quickly let me go, or else I'll make you die without a burial place in the future. Dandan's 4 limbs were retracted into the turtle shell, and a voice came from the turtle shell. Little demonic beast, you're looking for death. Zhou family elder scolded. He used his true energy and squeezed, wanting to crush it. But in the next moment, Zhou family elder's expression changed. He realized that Dandan was not moving at all. Ha ha ha, old man, you want to kill me with your pitiable strength? Keep dreaming. Let me tell you, let me go now, and let that kid go as well. Otherwise, when I show my power, you'll be dead. Dandan laughed and clamored. Dandan had taken a lot of spirit herbs recently and had recovered a lot. The Zhou family elder's face turned red. He couldn't even crush a little turtle, so he said coldly, I'm going to refine you in a moment. Then, he looked at the clan leader of the Zhou clan and said, this kid has been suppressed. He must have a big secret. I'll leave the rest to you. With that, the Zhou family elder stepped into the air and left. Lu Shaoqing, you're in our hands now. Hand over your grotto heaven treasure and your cultivation technique. The clan leader of the Zhou clan looked at Lu Ming. Hee hee, if you want to kill, then kill. Lu Ming's gaze was extremely cold. He swept his gaze across the Zhou family head, Zhou Xian, and another elder, causing them to shiver. Humph. The Zhou clan's clan master snorted coldly. He reached out and sucked the storage ring on Lu Ming's finger into his hand. He scanned the storage ring with his mind, and after a long while, his face darkened and he looked terrible. There were many things in the storage ring, but they were not particularly valuable. There was nothing rare or valuable that could move him. Lu Ming sneered. Most of his precious treasures were stored in one of the mountain peaks in the mountain and river diagram. He had set up an illusion reality switching formation on this mountain. No one could find it except for Lu Ming. It was dangerous to venture outside. He was afraid that the treasure would not fall into someone else's hands if he encountered danger one day. Lu Shaoqing, hand over the treasure of the grotto heaven, or I'll make you wish you were dead. The Zhou clan leader's eyes flashed with killing intent. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered, his gaze turning colder. If I get out of this one day, I'll definitely exterminate the entire Zhou family. You won't have the chance. The clan leader of the Zhou family said coldly. His essential core spread out and formed a ribbon, carrying Lu Ming as he stepped into the air. Zhou Xian and the other old man followed. Very soon, the Zhou family head brought Lu Ming to a cave and walked in. The cave slanted downwards, leading to an unknown place. Lu Ming felt that as he went deeper and deeper, the surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher, making him feel hot all over. The people from the Zhou family tried to use their vital essence to resist, but Lu Ming could not. The terrifying temperature affected his body directly, causing him to feel a sharp pain. However, Lu Ming did not even frown. He allowed the Zhou family's clan leader to lead the way. They walked for half an hour before they reached the end. They were in a huge underground cave. They stood on a cliff and looked ahead. Below them was endless purple-red lava. The temperature here was terrifyingly high. The surface of Lu Ming's body was turning red and he felt a sharp pain. Given Lu Ming's current physical strength, even if ordinary flames were to roast him, they would not be able to burn a single hair on his body. Clearly, the lava and flames here were extraordinary and the temperature was terrifyingly high. The temperature of the lava here was more than 100 times higher than that of ordinary lava. Not only did Lu Ming feel pain in his body, but the blood in his body was also boiling. He felt as if his soul was being torn apart and there were waves of intense pain. God-burning earth flame. Lu Ming frowned. He recognized the flame. Lu Shaoqing, are you going to hand it over or not? You're a smart person. If you hand it over, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, you'll have to enjoy the taste of this god-burning earth flame. The clan leader of the Zhou clan said coldly. However, the only response he got was Lu Ming's disdainful cold smile. If you're so stubborn, then I'll fulfill your wish. With a push of the palm force, Lu Ming's body fell toward the lava and happened to float above the lava. Hoo hoo. The terrifying purplish-red flames surged and enveloped Lu Ming. The terrifying temperature seeped into Lu Ming's body and began to burn. Waves of unimaginable pain drowned Lu Ming, not only in his physical body but also in his soul. Pain, unimaginable pain. Even with Lu Ming's wisdom, he let out a muffled groan and broke out in cold sweat. However, the cold sweat evaporated as soon as it appeared. Hoo hoo. Lu Ming panted heavily, gritting his teeth and persevering. He had once stepped on the Heavenly King's steel staircase and suffered countless attacks. Some of them had pierced his soul and were also extremely painful. Similarly, he had cultivated the Forbidden Twin technique and his soul had to be split into two. That was also an unimaginable pain. Therefore, Lu Ming's endurance was better than ordinary people. He adjusted his breathing and calmed himself down. The Zhou clan leader's eyes started to turn cold, but slowly, they were filled with shock. Lu Ming actually withstood it. The third bloodline awakened. In his imagination, Lu Ming would roar, wail, scream, and beg for mercy. However, he did not see any of this. He was very clear on how terrifying the god-burning earth flame was. He had brought many people who had offended him in the past, and none of them could last for 5 minutes. They all screamed and begged for mercy. There were even some who wished for death, because being in the god-burning earth flame was worse than death. But now, more than 10 minutes had passed and Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged calmly on the lava as if he was sitting on an ordinary spot. This kid is too shocking. He's a terrifying monster. We can't let him leave here alive. The Zhou clan leader's heart trembled slightly. Father, I'll go back first. Zhou Xian spoke from the side. Her eyes were filled with pity. All right, you can go first. The Zhou clan leader said. Zhou Xian took a glance at Lu Ming before she turned around and left. Let's see how long you can endure this. The Zhou family head's eyes were cold as he formed a seal with his hands. The essence sealing pagoda shook and a few iron chains dropped from the top of the pagoda. They pierced Lu Ming's shoulders and locked his body. Lu Ming snorted and cast a cold glance at the Zhou family's master. He then closed his eyes. The Zhou family's master had chained his physical body and used the essence sealing pagoda to suppress his essential core and artistic conception. He did not have the slightest ability to resist. He was afraid that Lu Ming would escape. Terrifying flames burned Lu Ming's body from all around. He felt waves of unimaginable pain. At first, Lu Ming was suffering bitterly, but he slowly calmed down. No matter how much pain he is in, it will be difficult to shake my heart. This is just a trial on my martial arts path. No matter how many tribulations he has to go through, I will not move. Lu Ming gradually calmed down. In the end, he actually entered an ethereal state. The pain left him. In the end, Lu Ming seemed to have become one with heaven and earth. This was a wondrous state. According to ancient records, it was called Tao comprehension. Man and heaven were one, breaking away from the shackles of the physical body and comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. No one would have thought that burning Lu Ming with the god-burning earth flame would make his mind empty and he would enter a mysterious state. Time passed by quickly. Half an hour, 1 hour, 5 hours, half a day, 1 day. 3 days later, Lu Ming was still sitting calmly on the lava, not moving. The head of the Zhou family and the old man had been shocked and in disbelief at the beginning, but now they were numb. Lu Ming was sitting there, motionless. If not for the fact that there was still life in his body, they would have thought that he was dead. This kid is really heaven-defying. He can actually withstand 3 days. The old man said, his voice trembling. All heaven's favorites have extraordinary willpower. This man can defeat Blood Luo, so he's definitely terrifying. However, humans have their limits. He's just holding it in, but I don't believe he can hold it in forever. The Zhou clan leader said. He would never have dreamed that Lu Ming had already entered an ethereal state with the myriad tribulations on his body, like the face of Buddha. They continued to wait. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Lu Ming was still sitting on the lava calmly. The head of the Zhou family gritted his teeth. Lu Shaoqing, are you going to hand it over or not? If you do, you won't have to suffer this pain. The clan leader of the Zhou clan asked loudly. This was the 32nd time he had asked this question in the past 7 days. Lu Ming closed his eyes. Just like before, he could not be bothered with him. Fine, fine, you won't say it, right? Then stay here forever and suffer the burning of the god-burning earth flame. Elder Shan, let's go. The clan leader of the Zhou clan waved his sleeve and strode out. He had lost his patience. The two of them left the place. Along the path, stone doors were closed, sealing off the area. Lu Ming's physical body was locked and his cultivation level was suppressed. He could not cause any trouble. They planned to suppress Lu Ming here and see how long he could last. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the lava, unmoving. He entered an extremely mysterious state and forgot everything. He instinctively felt the way of heaven and earth and the realm of heaven and earth. Time flowed like water, passing by quickly, day by day. In the beginning, the clan leader of the Zhou family would come here every 7 days to interrogate Lu Ming. Later on, he came once a month. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Lu Ming had been suppressed here for a full year. In a cave in the Zhou family's elder sat cross-legged, his palm emitting a raging flame that was burning a turtle shell. This turtle shell was Dandan. Little thief, I told you, you can't do anything to me. Just wait for your death. Inside the turtle shell, Dandan was clamoring. The moment the flames dissipated, the Zhou family elder looked at the turtle shell in his hand with a serious expression. In the past year, he had used all kinds of methods, but he couldn't do anything to Dandan, and he couldn't kill it no matter what. This made him extremely shocked, and he felt more and more afraid. He had also heard that Lu Ming had been suppressed in the god-burning earthly flame for a year. He had not moved at all and had actually endured it for a whole year. All of this made the Zhou family elder feel a sense of fear and he could not calm down. At this moment, a figure walked in. It was the clan leader of the Zhou clan. How's that Lu Shaoqing kid? The Zhou family elder asked. That brat still hasn't said a word. He really deserves to die. The clan leader of the Zhou clan gritted his teeth. I can't let this continue. That kid and that turtle are both too evil. I can't let them live. I'll wait 3 more months. If that kid still doesn't say anything, I'll kill him. And that turtle, after I kill that kid, I'll go out and ask a paragon to exterminate that turtle. The Zhou clan elder spoke. All right. The clan leader of the Zhou clan nodded helplessly. If they killed Lu Ming, they would not be able to obtain the Grotto Heaven treasure and all their efforts would be in vain. However, he was getting more and more flustered by keeping Lu Ming around. Lu Ming was too evil. It was too dangerous to keep him around. In the underground cave, Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged on the lava. The essence sealing pagoda was suspended above his head, suppressing him. His true yuan, bloodline, and intent couldn't be moved. However, at this moment, a blood-colored light suddenly spread out from his spine. Slowly, the blood-red light became more and more intense. In the end, the blood-red light bloomed and covered the color of the purple-red lava. The entire underground cave was filled with blood-red light. Then, a drop of blood seeped out from Lu Ming's spine and floated above his head. This drop of blood was bright red and crystal clear, but it seemed extremely cold. It exuded endless killing intent and a supreme dignity. It was vast and mighty, filling the entire underground cave. Buzz! Lu Ming's eyes, which had been closed for a year, suddenly opened. The third bloodline, this is my third bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes glowed. After sitting here for a year, his body and soul had gone through many trials. At this time, he had finally awakened his third bloodline. However, what surprised Lu Ming was that his blood meridian did not have a chakra. Chapter 1048 Passing the Spiritual God Tribulation. Lu Ming had never expected that his third blood meridian was actually a drop of blood. This drop of blood was definitely not the blood essence of the 9 dragons, but a blood meridian that had been awakened in his body. Moreover, there were no chakras around the drop of blood, which was a little unbelievable. It was exactly the same as when he had just awakened his 9-dragon bloodline. When the bloodline of the 9 dragons was first awakened, there was not a single chakra. However, it would continue to improve after devouring blood essence. But now, was the third bloodline the same? Lu Ming's mind merged with the third bloodline and he sensed it carefully. Kill, kill, kill. As soon as Lu Ming merged with the third bloodline, a deafening roar exploded in his mind. The voice was mighty and majestic. It was filled with killing intent, and Lu Ming was instantly drowned in it. Kill! Lu Ming let out an explosive roar, his eyes filled with a terrifying killing intent. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless killing intent, as if he wanted to slaughter all the living creatures in the world. Boom! 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 At the same time, Lu Ming could feel an endless amount of energy in the drop of blood in his third blood meridian. In Lu Ming's eyes, the drop of blood was no longer a drop of blood. It was a sea of blood, an endless sea of blood that was filled with endless energy. Lu Ming felt that even a martial royal realm expert would be as insignificant as an ant in front of this energy. At this moment, a trace of energy surged into Lu Ming's body. This trace of energy was not even 1 in a billion of the entire energy in the blood sea. But it was already extremely terrifying. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed again. His murderous intent was boundless. At this moment, a layer of blood-red light emanated from his body. The strange thing was that his hair had turned blood-red as fresh blood. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. A terrifying energy burst out from his body. Bang! 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 The few iron chains that were originally hanging down from the essence sealing pagoda instantly collapsed and turned into powder. The light that scattered from the essence sealing pagoda, the light that suppressed Lu Ming's cultivation, was also crushed by this force. Without the power to suppress it, Lu Ming's essential core, which had been suppressed for a year, started to roar wildly. His spirit embryo was beating violently like a heart. At the same time, the intense symbol shone and rapidly grew longer. Boom! 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 A 5-colored pillar of light shot up into the sky and struck the essence sealing pagoda. The essence sealing pagoda shook continuously and finally exploded. Intent. Lu Ming's 5 types of intents had all broken through to the 4th level. A terrifying energy surged, causing the lava below to roil and the cave above to shake. At this moment, in the Zhou family, the Zhou family elder was shocked. His aura rose to the sky and his eyes were filled with shock. He shouted, "Not good, something's happened in the underground cave." After saying that, he quickly rushed into the underground cave. 4th level intent. 4th level intent. Lu Ming roared. In the end, his spirit was not crushed by the endless murderous thoughts and he still retained a part of his spiritual intelligence. Then I'll break through to the spiritual god realm. Roar! The 9-dragon bloodline roared and emerged. Lu Ming waved his hand and a pile of raw gemstones appeared in the air. There were millions of raw gemstones in this pile. There were still about 500,000 raw gemstones given to him by the 9 Suns Supreme Master. In addition to the raw gemstones he had obtained from killing some enemies during this period of time, he had a total of more than 1 million. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and swallowed the 1 million raw gemstones in one go. Thump! 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 In his dantian, his spirit embryo was beating rapidly, as if a living being was being born. At this moment, the spirit embryo burst out with a strong suction force, attracting Lu Ming's soul into the spirit embryo. Boom! The next moment, the spirit embryo shattered, and a figure appeared in his dantian. This figure was clearly a miniature version of Lu Ming. It looked exactly the same as Lu Ming, but it was very small and mini, only the size of a fist. This was the spirit god, formed by gathering the essence, qi, and spirit of a warrior. Lu Ming let out a long howl, his body moved and he soared into the sky. The rocks above the cave exploded and shattered like tofu. At this moment, the entire Drumedge Mountain and the entire Zhou family started to shake violently. Buzz! Then, a blood-red light rushed out of the ground and floated in the sky. In the blood-red light, Lu Ming stood in the air. His entire body was shrouded in blood-red light, and his killing intent was like a tide. Kill! 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 From his 3rd bloodline, there were constant roars and killing intent surging into Lu Ming's mind. "You, how did you escape?" Not far away, a voice of disbelief came. It was the Zhou family elder. At this moment, many figures were flying over from all over the Zhou family. They were all alarmed. Buzz! Whoosh! One figure after another appeared. The head of the Zhou family, the elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Xian. How is that possible? how did you manage to escape? The clan leader of the Zhou clan shouted in disbelief. His eyes were so wide that they were about to burst. Ha, I knew it. You guys can't trap this kid. The Zhou family elder laughed heartily. Kill. So what if you come out? This time, I'll kill you completely. Zhou family's elder shouted and charged at Lu Ming. However, the next moment, his hair stood on end as a terrifying sense of danger arose in his heart. He subconsciously raised his head to look at the sky. His pupils suddenly contracted as he shouted, "Heavenly tribulation, it's heavenly tribulation, you're going to undergo the tribulation." At this moment, the wind and clouds gathered in the sky. Endless dark clouds seemed to have appeared out of thin air, covering the sky and the sun. Endless lightning flashed in the dark clouds, exuding a terrifying power. At this moment, Lu Ming had not completely entered the spiritual god realm. He still needed to undergo the spiritual god tribulation. Only after passing the spiritual god tribulation could he be considered to have truly entered the spiritual god realm. If he could not pass it, he would be reduced to ashes. Not good, retreat, quickly retreat. The Zhou family elder roared. If they were dragged into the heavenly tribulation, they would have to undergo it as well. Moreover, the power of the heavenly tribulation would change according to the cultivation of the warrior. If they were not prepared and got involvered, they would be courting death. The Zhou family's elder retreated quickly, wanting to stay far away. He would come and kill Lu Ming after he transcended the tribulation. He was confident that even if Lu Ming entered the first level of the spiritual god realm, he would still be able to kill him. In the spiritual god realm, the gap between each level was extremely huge. He did not believe that Lu Ming could cross 3 levels and fight him while he was in the spiritual god realm. Old dog, where do you think you're going? Lu Ming fixed his eyes on the Zhou family patriarch. He took a step forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. At this moment, Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps was several times faster than it was a year ago. It seemed that Lu Ming's 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps had also broken through in the past year. His body was like a bolt of lightning as he approached the Zhou family patriarch. Boom! 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 At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky churned and a bolt of lightning as thick as a water tank struck down at Lu Ming. The 5 wills gathered and formed a 5-colored armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming did not even look at the lightning and continued to chase after the Zhou family patriarch. Boom! The lightning drowned Lu Ming, but he charged past it and was unharmed. Boom! 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 There was a deafening roar in the sky. This time, 3 bolts of lightning struck at Lu Ming, killing the Zhou family's elder. 3 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a water tank, streaked across the sky as if it was tearing the sky into several pieces. The supreme heavenly might filled the air, and many of the Zhou family disciples below trembled as if a great disaster was about to befall them. However, facing such a terrifying lightning, Lu Ming did not care and rushed towards the Zhou family patriarch. Get lost! Get lost! The Zhou family elder was terrified. He rushed forward and roared. He was terrified and aggrieved, but he did not dare to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming was undergoing a lightning tribulation. If he attacked Lu Ming, he would be directly implicated in the lightning tribulation. He was looking forward to Lu Ming being killed by the lightning tribulation. Boom! 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 The 3 bolts of lightning struck Lu Ming, but he was completely fine. He did not even slow down as he approached the Zhou family elder at top speed. Freak, freak! Zhou family elder was even more terrified. Lu Ming was simply abnormal. He did not resist the lightning tribulation at all. It was simply unbelievable. The heavenly tribulation was a sharp blade hanging over the head of every martial artist. Countless martial artists were turned into ashes under the heavenly tribulation. Before he broke through to the spiritual god realm, he had prepared for hundreds of years. When the final lightning tribulation descended, he was also surrounded by danger and barely survived. How could it have been so easy? Ha, little thief, are you afraid now? Just wait for your death. Dandan laughed loudly, extremely arrogant. You're the one who'll die first. Go into the lightning tribulation. The Zhou family elder hardened his heart and threw Dandan into the lightning tribulation. Boom! 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 Once he entered the lightning tribulation, the tribulation clouds in the sky became even more terrifying. Lightning rumbled and filled the sky, causing the earth to shake. Chi-la! Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck Dandan. Dandan stretched out her limbs and head, opened her mouth, and swallowed the lightning. Then she stretched lazily and shouted, "Haha, I'm finally out. I've been a coward for a year. Ha, this is so comfortable." This guy's body was emitting electricity, but his eyes were shining with excitement. The Zhou family's elder and the Zhou family's people's eyes almost popped out. Pervert, demon, all of you are perverts. Go, go. The Zhou family elder had lost his sense of propriety and only knew how to run for his life. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. He turned into a stream of light and closed in on the Zhou family elder in a few moments. In the sky, dark clouds rolled and covered the Zhou family elder. No! The Zhou family elder roared in anger, but it was useless. Thunder and lightning rumbled and a bolt of lightning shot towards the Zhou family elder. This bolt of lightning was even more terrifying than the one that was shooting towards him. The Zhou family elder fought back with all his might and destroyed the lightning. Boom! 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 At this moment, 9 bolts of lightning shot toward Lu Ming, but he easily blocked them. At this moment, Lu Ming had 5 intents on him and was extremely powerful. The lightning tribulation could not touch him at all. Gah! Suddenly, another cry rang out in the sky. A huge bird swooped down from the dark clouds and pounced at Lu Ming. This bird was actually completely condensed from lightning. The lightning condensed into the bird, making it look like a real living creature. The manifestation of lightning was a lightning tribulation that only supreme geniuses would encounter. No, the lightning tribulation. No, how could this be? The Zhou family elder shouted in despair. Don't. The clan leader of the Zhou clan also roared. Lu Ming was going through a lightning tribulation. The Zhou family's patriarch was enveloped by the heavenly tribulation. He would definitely have to face a lightning tribulation. If it was an ordinary lightning tribulation, he might have some hope. However, he had no hope at all in a lightning tribulation. He was desperate and angry, but immediately 3 more bolts of lightning struck down, and the Zhou family elder could only block them with all his might. After the 3 bolts of lightning, Zhou family elder's hair was disheveled and he spat out blood. But in the sky, another 9 bolts of lightning descended and struck at the Zhou family elder. The Zhou family elder was terrified and immediately used bloodline fusion. The Zhou family elder's divine level bloodline was a flame vine, which was a 4th level divine level bloodline. The blazing flame vine was hundreds of meters long. It was filled with flames and blasted towards the 9 lightning bolts. Boom! 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 After 9 bolts of lightning, the leaves and branches of the flame vine withered. It was charred black and its aura was weak. It was almost struck to death. On the other side, Dandan was extremely relaxed. No matter what kind of lightning struck him, he would swallow it in one gulp and enjoy it. Lu Ming was equally relaxed. He threw a punch and the giant lightning eagle was blown apart. Go, you guys go quickly, leave this place. The Zhou family old ancestor knew that he had no hope. He shouted and hoped that the Zhou family head and the others would escape. Kill! Lu Ming hollered and strode towards the Zhou family elder. If I die, you won't have an easy time either. The Zhou family patriarch roared madly. The flame vine twisted wildly and lashed at Lu Ming. Since he was already under the lightning tribulation, he planned to die together with Lu Ming. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His murderous intent was like a tide, and his eyes had turned blood-red, looking extremely evil. The third bloodline on his head, a drop of blood, started to wriggle and turned into a sword. Lu Ming grabbed the sword. At that moment, endless killing intent surged into Lu Ming's body, making his killing intent even stronger. Buzz! The blood-red sword cut through the void and the space was torn apart, revealing a dark crack with an unfathomable depth. The combat sword was invincible. It slashed through the Zhou family elder's attack and cut the flame vine into two. Zhou family's elder let out a shrill scream. The flame vine disappeared, and Zhou family's elder's body reappeared. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. Kill! The killing intent was like a tide. The battle sword slashed, and there was only a blood-red sword light in the sky, which was extremely stunning. Puchi! The Zhou family elder didn't even have time to scream before he was killed. No! In the distance, the clan leader of the Zhou family shouted at the top of his lungs when he saw this scene. The old ancestor of the Zhou family was the backbone of the Zhou family. Now that he was killed, even if Lu Ming died now, the Zhou family's strength would be greatly reduced. They would be devoured by other forces. Roar! The bloodline of the 9 dragons roared and devoured all of the Zhou family elders' blood essence, vital essence, and energy. Then, he took a step forward and chased after an elder from the Zhou family. At that moment, Lu Ming's gaze swept across the room and he realized that the Zhou family still had 3 spiritual god-level powerhouses. The Zhou family had a total of 5 spirit god powerhouses. One of them was killed by Lu Ming a year ago. Now that the Zhou family's elder was dead, there were 3 more left. The clan leader of the Zhou clan and 2 other elders. The 2 elders were both in the first level of the spiritual god realm. A first-level spiritual god was much slower than Lu Ming. Lu Ming caught up to the elder in no time. The blood-red sword slashed down, and the elder screamed in pain. He was killed by Lu Ming before he could strike him with the lightning punishment. Lu Ming turned around and charged at another elder. Don't! Spare me! The elder begged for mercy, but he was met with a blood-red sword light. Blood gushed out, and the elder was killed. The clan leader's face was filled with despair. The Zhou family was finished. He knew that the Zhou family was completely finished. The only thing he could think of now was to run for his life. However, Lu Ming's speed was too fast. He could not escape at all. Lu Ming caught up to him before he could fly 10,000 miles. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning struck down on the Zhou clan leader. He tried his best to block them, but after 2 rounds of lightning tribulation, he was heavily injured. Lu Ming stepped forward and threw a punch, completely crippling the Zhou family's clan leader's cultivation. Stepping into the spiritual god stage. Then, he grabbed the Zhou clan's clan leader with one hand and struck out with the other hand, scattering a thunder tiger that had been condensed from thunder and lightning. At that moment, more living beings condensed from lightning pounced at Lu Ming but were defeated by him one by one. Lu Ming took a step forward and returned to the sky above the Zhou family. At this moment, the other members of the Zhou family were still looking at the sky in shock, not knowing what was happening. They did not understand why a person would be undergoing a tribulation in the Zhou family's sky, nor did they understand why the few spirit god experts had scattered and fled. Everything happened too quickly. It had only been a few minutes since Lu Ming rushed out of the underground cave and started his tribulation transcendence. No, please let them go. They are innocent. The clan leader of the Zhou family was in Lu Ming's hands. Even if there were lightning bolts that struck him, they were all destroyed by Lu Ming. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair and incomparable regret. He regretted it. He regretted being so greedy for Lu Ming's treasures. He did not expect Lu Ming to be so freakish. He was suppressed in the god-burning earthly flame, but he could still break through and even attract the lightning tribulation. This was unbelievable. However, it was too late to regret. He only hoped that Lu Ming would let the Zhou family off. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was unimaginably strong. He only wanted to destroy and kill everyone in the Zhou family to take revenge for the suffering he had suffered this year. Kill. There was only coldness in Lu Ming's eyes. In his mind, there were constant roars. Kill. Lu Ming took a step forward and shouted. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and the terrifying devouring power burst forth, enveloping all the Zhou family members. Don't. Help. Screams rose and fell. One by one, the essence, qi, and spirit of the Zhou family members were devoured, turning into dried corpses. All the blood essence, vital essence, and energy were devoured by the 9 dragon bloodlines. They were constantly refined into vital essence and poured into the spirit god. No. The Zhou family head's eyes were dazed as he watched everything. Almost all the disciples of the Zhou clan were dead. The Yangu mountain was covered with corpses. No, there was one more person who was limply lying on a mountain peak with a dull look in her eyes. It was Zhou Xian. Although Lu Ming's killing intent was overwhelming and he was affected by the 3rd bloodline, he still retained a trace of rationality and deliberately made Zhou Xian stay. He took a step forward and appeared not too far away from Zhou Xian. Boom. 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 At that moment, there were still lightning creatures pouncing at Lu Ming, but they could not do anything to him. Lu Ming's combat strength was too strong. He had cultivated 5 types of heaven and earth intent realms and had an outburst of dragon energy. The most terrifying thing was that the trace of energy that had surged into his 3rd bloodline not only made Lu Ming's killing intent surge, but his combat strength had also become more terrifying. He could easily withstand the lightning punishment. Do you regret this? Lu Ming said coldly. His blood-red eyes were fixed on Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian looked at the clan leader of the Zhou family in a daze and then at Lu Ming. That's right. It's all our fault. It's karma. This is karma. We've brought this upon our slaviers. We can't live. Shiner, it's all my fault. Lu Shaoqing, I'm begging you. I'm begging you to spare Shiner. It's all my fault. The clan leader of the Zhou clan shouted. You all deserve to die. Lu Ming's eyes were cold and he was unmoved. With a wave of his hand, he threw the clan leader of the Zhou clan out. A bolt of lightning struck down, and the clan leader of the Zhou clan turned into ashes. Father! Zhou Xian called out. Zhou Xian, you gave me the purple jade back then. There are spatial stones in the purple jade, which are of great use to me. However, I've saved your life twice after that. That's enough to make up for the spatial stones you gave me. After that, you guys attacked me and suppressed me. Today, it's only natural for me to kill you. Everything is your own fault. You should kill yourself. Lu Ming's gaze was cold. He had no intention of letting Zhou Xian off. Ha, good, then let me follow my father. Zhou Xian laughed bitterly. Her body suddenly moved and she charged towards Lu Ming. Qi La. The lightning struck Zhou Xian and she was reduced to ashes. At this point, the Zhou family was almost completely dead. Boom. 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 The lightning tribulation was still continuing, and it was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Ming punched continuously, blowing up a few thunder-shaped creatures. At the same time, he refined the blood essence and primordial qi of the Zhou family members into his own primordial qi in his 9-dragon bloodline. Lu Ming's spiritual god was becoming fuller and more solid. At the same time, Lu Ming poured the energy of the blood essence into the 3rd bloodline. However, he realized that the 3rd bloodline did not absorb the energy of the blood essence at all. What's going on? Why aren't you absorbing it? Lu Ming had initially thought that the 3rd bloodline did not have a meridian cycle. It was like the 9 dragons bloodline in the past, where it needed blood essence energy to level up. Now, it seemed that it was not the same at all. The third bloodline seemed to be the same as well. It did not have a chakra. Since the third bloodline could not be absorbed, Lu Ming transferred the energy of the blood essence to the second bloodline and let the prison-suppressing steel bloodline absorb it. Not enough, the energy is still not enough. Lu Ming took out the Zhou family patriarch's storage ring. With a thought, a huge pile of raw gemstones appeared. There were at least 1 million of them. They were devoured by the 9 dragons and continued to refine. Boom! Boom! As time passed, the power of the lightning tribulation grew stronger and stronger. However, Lu Ming still managed to block all of them. After 15 minutes, the dark clouds in the sky finally disappeared, and the lightning disappeared. Lu Ming had finally survived the lightning tribulation and become a spiritual god. The lightning tribulation that was difficult for others was not difficult for Lu Ming. Once the lightning tribulation was over, the endless spirit qi in the world gathered toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's aura rose rapidly. Let's leave this place. Lu Ming's figure moved and he disappeared from the place. A few hours later, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak a few million miles away. At this moment, his aura had already stabilized, and he had officially stepped into the spiritual god realm, first-level spiritual god. At this moment, all the blood was absorbed into Lu Ming's body. His hair turned black once again. When he opened his eyes, he became calm, pure, and free of any killing intent. Phew, the third bloodline, so powerful. Lu Ming heaved a long sigh of relief. The vast and endless killing intent was too shocking. Previously, Lu Ming had almost been controlled by it. It's because I have a strong desire to kill the Zhou family. Otherwise, I should be able to control this power. Lu Ming pondered secretly. Previously, he already had a strong killing intent towards the Zhou family. With the addition of the third bloodline, he was almost overwhelmed by the killing intent, which led to him almost killing the entire Zhou family. With Lu Ming's original personality, he would not have gone so far. At most, he would have killed the higher-ups of the Zhou family. He would have let off those of lower cultivation levels. However, when he was faced with the tide-like killing intent earlier, he only wanted to kill. He wanted to kill everyone in the Zhou family to vent his hatred. However, what had already happened. Lu Ming would not regret it. Since the Zhou family had treated him that way and suppressed him for a year, he had to bear the consequences. What exactly is this third bloodline? A drop of blood? But there's such a vast power inside. Previously, Lu Ming had only borrowed a trace of the power, but his strength had increased greatly. However, his will had almost been crushed by the killing intent. This made Lu Ming shiver in fear. He had to be careful when he used his third bloodline in the future. If he were to borrow even more power, his mind would probably be drowned by boundless killing intent in an instant and he would become a puppet that only knew how to kill. Wind and clouds gathering in central continent. I've gained a lot this time. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. In the god-burning earthly flame, Lu Ming entered an ethereal state. Just like that, a year passed. In this 1 year, he had actually been comprehending the essence realm of heaven and earth and various martial arts techniques. In that state, it was much faster to comprehend various concepts and martial arts techniques. In addition to Lu Ming's current level of comprehension, his progress was naturally terrifying. Unknowingly, his 5 kinds of intent realm had already broken through to the 4th level. Thus, when his third bloodline awakened and he broke through the chi ceiling pagoda that suppressed him, his 5 kinds of intent realm began to improve rapidly and broke through to the 4th level. At the same time, he also began to break through to the spiritual god realm. Now, Lu Ming could clearly sense that his 5 types of intents had all reached the peak of level 4 beginner. He was only 1 step away from level 4 lower tier. Moreover, he had also cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to the 7th step. Its power was equivalent to the highest level of a low-grade divine martial technique, and its power was amazing. In the next moment, with a thought, the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel emerged with 6 golden chakras. After refining the Zhou clan's blood essence, the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline had also advanced by 1 level, reaching divine level 6. My body, under the burning and tempering of the god-burning earthly flame, has also broken through and reached the 9th grade. Lu Ming smiled. In the future, I'll have to be more careful. If I don't trust people, I can't easily expose a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. This incident had taught Lu Ming a lesson. One should not reveal one's wealth, not to mention an important treasure like the mountain and river diagram. It was easy for others to be greedy. This time, if it were not for the Zhou family who wanted to force out his secret and force him to hand over the mountain and river diagram, he would have been dead. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just awakened his 3rd bloodline, which was so powerful that he didn't need to use his genuine yuan, he wouldn't have been able to escape. He was lucky this time, but Lu Ming did not want to have a second time. Ha, awesome. On the other side, Dandan laughed loudly, lightning still flashing all over her body. This fellow had absorbed a huge amount of tribulation lightning energy earlier, and he was still digesting it. What a freak. The power of God tribulation lightning was something that even the bloodline of the 9 dragons couldn't devour. Lu Ming, I didn't misjudge you. Dandan flew over and laughed. I didn't expect you to last a year. Lu Ming said. Don't you know who I am? My defense is unrivaled in the world. That guy refined me for a year, trying to refine me, but in the end, he didn't even hurt a single hair of mine. Dandan said smugly. You have fur. Lu Ming was full of disdain. Pfft, it's just a list. Your bloodline, on the other hand, is very shocking. Even I feel flustered when I look at it. Dandan sized up Lu Ming. Can you tell what bloodline it is? Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he asked. I don't know you. To be honest, I don't even know your 2nd bloodline. You're a pervert. I don't know you have 2 bloodlines. But your 2nd bloodline looks familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. She mumbled, but in the end, she still couldn't remember anything. It's as good as not saying anything. Lu Ming looked at him in disdain. He then stood up and left in the air. It's been a year. I wonder what cultivation level those geniuses have reached. Lu Ming yearned for it and left quickly. Next, Lu Ming went to the Savage Mountain to look for powerful demonic beasts to fight with. His main purpose was to test the power of his 3rd bloodline. As expected, every time Lu Ming activated his 3rd blood meridian, there would be an endless surge of killing intent. Moreover, Lu Ming could sense the boundless sea of blood from that drop of blood, and he could also borrow the power of the sea of blood. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he could only borrow a trace of it. Moreover, every time he borrowed the power of the 3rd bloodline, he was filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to kill all the living creatures in the world. The killing intent was too shocking, and it seemed to contain boundless hatred. Why does he have such a strong killing intent and such a strong hatred? It's said that any bloodline can be traced back to ancient, primordial, and immemorial creatures, divine weapons, and heaven and earth spirits. What kind of creature does this drop of blood belong to? Lu Ming was filled with doubts and his imagination ran wild. As he moved forward, he cultivated and explored at the same time. Slowly, Lu Ming became more and more familiar with the use of the 3rd bloodline. He could already maintain his calm mind and not be affected by the surging killing intent. In 9 Dragons of the East Continent, the Divine Emperor, Dongfangyu, stood respectfully in front of Martial Emperor De in a palace. On both sides of the palace stood the family masters of the 6 ancient families. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Young Master Di Shen has successfully broken through to the spiritual god realm. If you see Lu Ming again, you will definitely be able to kill him easily. The patriarch of the Wang clan congratulated him with a smile. That's right. With young Master Di Shen's talent, once he becomes a spiritual god, he will be able to exert a terrifying power of the space mentality. It will be easy to kill Lu Ming. The master of the Jiang family also took the opportunity to flatter him. Martial Emperor De nodded and said, Shen is indeed not bad. He is invincible in the East Continent, but don't underestimate the heroes of the world. The Central Continent has always been a place where geniuses are born in large numbers. In this era, there are many geniuses who are not weaker than Shen The top 5 young warriors are even more powerful. You can't be complacent. Shen knows. The Emperor God bowed and said, Yes, I've received news that the Wanxiang Jade Wall of the Central Continent's Tianxia Academy will be open to the public. Heroes from all over the world can go and see it. You too can go to the Central Continent together and see the heroes of the world. You can also train yourself, said Martial Emperor De. Di Shen and Dong Fengyu's eyes lit up with anticipation. The Central Continent had always been known as the center of the divine wilderness. How strong and prosperous was it, and how strong were its geniuses? They were looking forward to it. The same thing was happening in the Heavenly Corpse sect and the Sky Demon Valley. In a huge ancient tomb in the Sky Corpse sect, Blood Sword One and Corpse Warrior stood respectfully in front of the Corpse Emperor. Now that the myriad-formed Jade Wall of the Tianxia Academy in the Central Continent is open to the public, all of you can go to the Central Continent together and try your luck. According to my guess, the Heaven's favorites from the Northern Plains, Western Desert and Southern Nether will also be heading to the Central Continent. The Central Continent will become a place where the wind and clouds will gather, you can go and experience it. The Corpse Emperor said. Yes. Blood Sword One, Corpse Warrior bowed and said. In the Heavenly Demon Valley, AO2 and Feng Xian also stepped into the teleportation array to the Central Continent under the instructions of the Demon Emperor. Roar! 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 In a barbaric mountain range, a black panther with 3 heads roared and pounced at Lu Ming. A brutal aura filled the forest. The 3 heads let out 3 loud roars. The clouds in the sky were scattered, and the mountain range rumbled. Its 3 heads spewed out flames, lightning, and ice respectively. It was extremely terrifying. It was a ferocious beast in the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm. Chapter 1052 Illusionary Breath Technique. A drop of blood appeared on top of Lu Ming's head. It was the 3rd bloodline. Then, a trace of blood light surged into Lu Ming's body. In an instant, Lu Ming's body was covered in blood light. His long black hair turned blood red, and his eyes were like bright red rubies, emitting endless killing intent. The 3rd blood meridian squirmed and transformed into a combat sword that Lu Ming held in his hand. Whoosh! The combat sword slashed down and the space cracked. A blood-red sword light with a hint of black cut through the sky and slashed at the 3 Black Panthers. As the sword light slashed, the 3 Black Panthers' attacks were destroyed. The sword light continued forward, cutting the 3 Black Panthers in half. The 3-headed Black Panther, which was equivalent to the 2nd level of the spiritual god realm, was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. After breaking through to the spiritual god realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had increased too much. Just now, he had only used the power of his 3rd bloodline. He didn't use his dragon power or intent. Of course, at the spiritual god realm, Lu Ming naturally could not kill enemies that were 5 to 6 levels higher than him like he was at the spirit embryo realm. That was unrealistic. To be able to cross over to the spiritual god realm, they were already the cream of the crop. When they were in the spirit embryo realm, they were already able to kill enemies that were several levels higher. When facing such a cream of the crop, Lu Ming naturally could not kill enemies that were 5 or 6 levels higher. That would be too exaggerated. Moreover, the difference between each level of the spiritual god realm was extremely huge. Lu Ming was not sure how many levels he could kill if he went all out. When I borrow the power of the 3rd bloodline, it actually contains a powerful slaughter domain. With a thought, the 3rd bloodline entered Lu Ming's body. His hair turned black again, the blood-red light disappeared, and so did his killing intent. He returned to his original appearance, but he was a little surprised. The killing intent domain was an extremely terrifying intent domain. It was filled with killing intent and was extremely terrifying. This kind of intent domain was one of the most terrifying intent domains in the world. It was not weaker than the time and space intent domains. This was not the concept that Lu Ming had personally comprehended. However, he could borrow it when he used his third blood meridian. Although Lu Ming did not comprehend it himself, it could be used as his killing move. Lu Ming was very satisfied. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged, and with a palm force, he devoured the blood essence and demonic power of the 3 Black Panthers. Then, with a flash of his body, he left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged, refining the energy of the 3 Black Panthers' blood essence. Buzz! The prison-suppressing steel's bloodline emerged and shook continuously. Its 6 golden chakras were extremely bright. Not long after, the 7th golden chakra emerged. His prison-suppressing steel bloodline had also advanced to divine level 7. Along the way, Lu Ming had killed many ferocious beasts and refined their blood essence. Now, he had finally accumulated enough to advance the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to divine level 7, which was on par with the 9 dragons' bloodline. However, Lu Ming's cultivation did not improve much. He had only reached the middle stage of the first-level spiritual god realm. After refining the energy of the 3 Black Panthers, the dimensional stone appeared in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming continuously channeled his essential core into the Na Yuan stone. When Lu Ming's essential core was almost completely depleted, the Na Yuan stone was full. Sure enough, it's similar to my previous speculation. This Yuan storage stone can only store my true essence of the first level of the spiritual god realm. If my cultivation continues to improve, this Yuan storage stone won't be of much use. Lu Ming kept the storage elemental stone and took out the rough stone to devour and recover. When Lu Ming's essential core had fully recovered, he waved his hand and a pile of storage rings appeared in the air. Most of these storage rings came from the Zhou family, as well as some from the experts he had killed previously. Lu Ming had not been able to sort them out properly before this. Now was the perfect time to do so. Lu Ming was already very familiar with sorting out the storage ring. He first categorized the items, separating the valuable items, rare items that Lu Ming did not recognize, and the rest. Lu Ming spent an entire day tidying up everything. There are only about 1,000,000 raw gemstones left. Lu Ming sighed. The Zhou family's master, patriarch, and a few elders were all at the spiritual god realm. There were a few million raw gemstones in total. However, Lu Ming had used more than half of them to break through to the spiritual god realm. Now, he only had about 1,000,000 left. If Lu Ming used 1,000,000 origin stones to improve his cultivation now, he was afraid that it would not even be enough to advance to the second level of the spiritual god realm. It would not be of much use. There were also a few other miscellaneous items that were not worth much. What's in this box? They're so heavily protected. Lu Ming found a box in the Zhou family head's storage ring. He did not know what material it was made of, but it was extremely hard. It was covered with runes and arrays. Lu Ming was interested in how well the Zhou family's clan master had hidden it. Lu Ming observed it carefully. Although the inscription array was advanced, Lu Ming was still able to discover its flaws and weaknesses very quickly. Dandan, come and break it. Lu Ming did not have any mental fire now and could only be called Dandan. Simple, leave it to me. Dandan scuttled over and observed it for a moment. She waved her claws and runes entered the box. The inscriptions on the box glowed, and after a while, the inscriptions on the box trembled and collapsed. If there are any treasures, give me a share. Dandan shouted, her eyes shining, and hurriedly opened the box. After opening the box, Dandan's face sank and revealed a look of disappointment. Because the items in the box were very simple. There were only 2 items, a small jade box and a book. They were not some kind of treasure at all. Without any natural treasures, Dandan immediately lost interest and walked to the side to gnaw on spirit herbs with a bored face. Lu Ming was somewhat interested. He picked up the book and opened it to read. After a long while, Lu Ming revealed a look of surprise. This book recorded a secret technique, the illusionary breath technique. According to the records, one could change one's aura into another aura by cultivating the illusionary aura technique. This was completely different from the previous method of concealing one's aura. Concealing one's aura was just concealing one's own aura so that others would not be able to detect it easily. However, the illusionary breath technique transformed one's aura into another kind of aura. This was simply an escape. A top-secret art of disguise could sometimes save lives. As long as he changed his aura and appearance, no one would be able to recognize him. In the world of martial Tao, it was easy to change one's appearance, but one's aura could not be changed. Everyone's aura was unique, so this kind of secret skill was very precious. No wonder the Zhou clan's clan head had such a good collection. If I had cultivated the illusionary breath technique, I wouldn't have to be afraid of being recognized even if I met someone I knew. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. He could not help but look at the jade box. If it was placed together with the illusionary breath technique, then what was in the jade box? Lu Ming opened the jade box expectantly. There was a jade tablet in the box. Lu Ming took a look and knew that it was a record jade card. He picked it up and scanned it with his mind. At first, Lu Ming was stunned. Then, he had a look of disbelief on his face. There's actually such a heaven-defying pill in this world? Lu Ming was tongue-tied and extremely shocked. This jade token contained a pill recipe, a heaven-defying pills refining method. Nirvana pill. This was a pill formula called the Nirvana pill. However, the nature-defying function of this pill left Lu Ming dumbfounded. Nirvana pill, World City. Taking the Nirvana pill could give a warrior's bloodline a chance to undergo Nirvana. After Nirvana, one's bloodline would have a chance to upgrade. However, the upgrade level was not fixed. It depended on one's potential and luck. Some people could advance one level, some could advance 2 levels, and some could even advance higher. Heavens! This kind of medicinal pill was seriously too heaven-defying. It was very difficult to level up one's bloodline after birth. The bloodline of the 9 dragons was a special case. In addition, Xian Yanqing's bloodline was special. With the help of Emperor Tsang, he achieved the nirvana of his bloodline and evilevered. Throughout his journey, Lu Ming had only seen Xian Yanqing's nirvana bloodline upgrade once. He had not seen or even heard of it. And this nirvana elixir was actually so heaven-defying. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause chaos in the world and set off endless waves. Think about it, if a martial artist with a 9th level king bloodline were to take the nirvana elixir, even if he were to advance by 1 level, he would most likely be promoted to a divine bloodline and have the qualification to break through to the spiritual god realm. For some martial artists with divine bloodlines, if they could upgrade their bloodline by 1 or 2 levels, their talent would undoubtedly be higher and they would be able to go further in the future. This was especially so for those supreme geniuses who had awakened divine level 6, 7, or even 8. If they were to consume it, they might even be able to advance to the highest divine level, level 9. Just how alluring and heaven-defying was this? It would be strange if people didn't go crazy after knowing about it. However, according to the records, every warrior only had 1 chance. After taking the nirvana pill once, the second time would have no effect. It would create resistance, but it would not reduce the value of the nirvana pill. Back then, Cold Blood Hall made a big move and said that a treasure had been taken away. Zhou Xian happened to be there, could it be? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of many things. They had met Zhou Xian in the ancient herb garden, but she did not want to work with Lu Ming. She wanted to work alone. Later on, Cold Blood Hall seemed to be looking for a treasure in the ancient herb garden, but it was taken away. It led to a large-scale operation by Cold Blood Hall. They blocked the teleportation array and even besieged them on the plane, demanding them to hand over their storage rings. There, Lu Ming met Zhou Xian again and saved her. Logically speaking, Zhou Xian's cultivation level was not high. In such a situation, it was very likely that she would hand over her storage ring to save her life. However, Zhou Xian did not do so. She had no intention of handing over her storage ring. At that time, Lu Ming did not think too much about it. However, when he saw the pill formula of the Nirvana elixir, he could not help but link all of these together. Perhaps, Zhou Xian had obtained this elixir recipe from the ancient medicine garden, and the reason why Cold Blood Hall had mobilized so many people was most likely to find this elixir recipe. He did not expect that it would eventually fall into Lu Ming's hands. Although the pill formula was not of much use to Lu Ming, as he had the 9 dragons bloodline and did not need the Nirvana pill to improve his bloodline, he was still very excited. To him, although it was not of much use, he had family and friends. This kind of pill formula would be of great use to his family and friends. However, the spirit herbs required to refine the Nirvana pill are too rare. Lu Ming sighed again. Although the Nirvana elixir was heaven-defying, the materials and spiritual herbs it required were extremely rare. It required dozens of spiritual herbs and materials. Most of the supplementary materials were the top grade of level 8, and 7 of the main materials were level 9. Moreover, they were the best of level 9 materials. Lu Ming was speechless. It was extremely difficult to collect these materials, forget it. There's no rush. Take it slow. Lu Ming smiled. He memorized the pill formula of the Nirvana elixir and kept it in the mountain and river diagram. Then, he opened the secret manual of the illusionary breath technique and started reading. Next, Lu Ming cultivated the illusionary breath technique as he moved forward. Time passed day by day. It had been a month since Lu Ming left the Zhou family. One day, Lu Ming arrived at a huge city. This city was incomparably majestic, filled with vicissitudes and a grand and domineering aura. On the city gate, there were 3 big words: World City. I actually came to World City. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. The World City was next to the World Academy. It was one of the 10 ancient cities of the central continent and had a long history. The Tianxia Academy was located northwest of the Sky Eagle Castle. Lu Ming had unknowingly crossed the Sky Eagle Castle's territory and arrived at the Tianxia Academy. Since he was here, Lu Ming naturally had to go and take a look. After entering World City, he realized that it was really bustling with people coming and going. Why are there so many young heaven's favorites? Lu Ming was a little surprised. On the streets, he could see young geniuses walking by from time to time in groups of 3 to 5. Each of them had an imposing appearance, beautiful looks, and the potential of dragons and phoenixes. They were definitely powerful elites. Lu Ming could sense that many of them had awakened divine bloodlines. Although the central continent had many outstanding talents and many times more heaven's favorites than the east continent, it was still unrealistic to meet a group of divine-level heaven's favorites in a big city. Could it be that something big has happened in Tianxia City or Tianxia Academy that has gathered so many geniuses? Lu Ming made a guess. Who is that? Lu Ming was suddenly stunned. He discovered 2 familiar faces. Blood Sword 1 and Corpse Battle. The Heavenly Corpse Sex Blood Sword had appeared in the central continent, in the World City, in a battle with a corpse. This surprised Lu Ming. Interesting. The most powerful sovereign of the Heavenly Corpse sect is here. Did the Divine Emperor and the others come? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Blood Sword 1 and Corpse Warrior did not notice Lu Ming. Instead, they walked into a shop. Lu Ming came to a secret place and his body began to change. After a while, he turned into a dark-faced honest young man. Then, he activated the illusionary breath technique and his aura changed. Now, no matter how familiar they were with Lu Ming, they would not be able to recognize him when they stood in front of him. Lu Ming smiled and strode down the street. In front of him, Shuejian and Corpse Warrior walked out of the shop and walked past Lu Ming, but they did not react at all. He completely treated Lu Ming as a stranger. Lu Ming smiled in satisfaction and walked into a restaurant. Did you guys hear? A month ago, the Cold Blood Hall disciple also broke through to the spiritual god realm. What? Blood Luozi had also broken through. Shui Luozi is not very strong among the second-grade heaven's favorites, but I didn't expect him to have a breakthrough. It seems that most of the second-grade heaven's favorites have broken through to the spiritual god realm. The top 5 young warriors have all broken through to the spiritual god realm a year ago. Now, even the second-grade heaven's favorites have broken through to the spiritual god realm. From now on, the world will belong to the younger generation. The younger generation will be ushering in the era of spiritual gods. In the same era, there are actually so many young geniuses who have entered the spiritual god realm. This is unbelievable. Lu Ming heard a discussion not long after he entered the restaurant. Lu Ming nodded to himself. It had been more than a year since the ancient herb garden. It was normal for those second-grade geniuses to step into the spiritual god realm one after another. After all, those geniuses had powerful forces supporting them. They did not have to worry about resources at all. Lu Ming could not compare to them. AO2 is suppressed. This era is truly a great era, not only our central continent, it is said that northern plains, western desert, and southern nether are all filled with geniuses and experts. Some time ago, a heaven's favorite from northern plains entered central continent and challenged one of the top 5 young warriors, Yang Padian. That battle could be said to be a peak battle, but in the end, it ended in a draw. I've also heard about that battle. It was truly shocking, to think that Northern Plains would have a heaven's favorite at the level of the top 5 young warriors. Not only Northern Plains, in this period of time, Western Desert has sent young saint monks into Central Continent, displaying their unparalleled battle strength. There is also a terrifying dark child from Southern Nether. According to reliable sources, Western Desert and Southern Nether both have geniuses that are not weaker than the top 5 young warriors. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and was secretly shocked. Who would have thought that Southern Nether, Northern Plains, and Western Desert would all have heaven's favorites at the level of the top 5 young warriors? The future was bound to be even more intense and brilliant. What about the East Continent? Are there any powerful heaven's favorites in the East Continent? Not the East Barren. The reason why it has the word barren is that it is a savage land. Since ancient times, it has been the weakest of the 5 territories. How can there be any geniuses? That's true. I heard that there are only 2 people in the East Continent who are good. One is called Lu Ming, and the other is called Di Shen. They should be second-grade geniuses. The others are not good. They are just clowns who are not worth mentioning. That's true. I heard that there was a great war in the East Continent and Lu Ming was trapped. I guess he's in trouble. Now, there's only one emperor god left who can be used. What's there to talk about in a savage land? Let's drink. A burst of laughter came from the surroundings. When they talked about the Eastern Barren Territory, their words were full of contempt. A bunch of popinjays dare to talk about the world's heroes? At this time, a cold snort sounded and spread throughout the restaurant. Everyone's gazes turned to a corner of the restaurant. There were 2 figures there, a man and a woman. The man was extremely burly and majestic, more than 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles. The woman's figure was graceful and beautiful. Her face was unparalleled, and she was devastatingly beautiful. AO2, Feng Xian. Lu Ming was stunned. He recognized the 2 of them. They were the 2 most powerful heaven's favorites of the Heavenly Demon Valley in the East Barren. Oh. So, you're considered a hero? The people they had been talking about were 3 young men with swords on their backs. They were all dressed in white swordsman robes and were obviously from the same force. At this moment, one of the young men with a sword on his back looked at AO2 with a cold smile. I don't know if I'm a hero or not, but I can easily suppress you. AO2 laughed coldly. He was extremely confident. In the Eastern Barren Territory, he was second only to Lu Ming and the Emperor and deities. He was at the top and few people could defeat him. Naturally, he was confident. Even when he came to the Central Continent, he was still confident that he would not be weaker than others. Suppress me with a single palm. Ha ha ha, I've never seen you before. Are you from the East Continent? The young man asked. That's right, AO2 from the East Barren. AO2 said. Trash from the East Continent. You're just a bug, and you dare to say that you can defeat me? You're really a big shot. The young man with the sword on his back shouted coldly. What did you just say? AO2 rose to his feet in a fit of rage, and a cold killing intent shot out from his eyes. A violent aura burst forth, and the entire restaurant was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. The sword-carrying youth actually dared to call him a reptile, which made him want to kill him. The young man sneered. He pointed his finger forward like a sword and cut through AO2's aura. Let's go out and fight. I'll let you know if you're trash or not. The young man with the sword on his back stepped out and flew into the sky. AO2 also stepped out. Ha, that insect from the East Continent, how dare he fight with Senior Brother Song. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Let's go out and take a look. The other two young men laughed and followed. Then, Feng Xian also followed him out. That's the Heaven's Martial Sword Sect's supreme talent. That guy just now seems to be Song Fei, the third-ranked supreme talent of the Heaven's Martial Sword Sect. That flood dragon from the East Continent is going to fight Song Fei. Interesting, let's go and see. Let's go. Everyone flew out of the restaurant and stood in the air to watch. Lu Ming followed the crowd and flew out of the restaurant. In the sky, AO2 and Song Fei were confronting each other. The powerful aura they released attracted many people. That's a flood dragon from the East Continent. Do you think he can win? That's impossible. Song Fei is the third heaven's favorite of the Heavenly Sword faction. He is extremely powerful. That dragon is no match for him. Many people were discussing. There were 18 overlord forces in the Central Continent. Of course, there were also strong and weak overlord forces. The Heavenly Martial Sword School was one of the top forces in the Central Continent. It was stronger than the Floating Mountain, Cold Blood Hall, and Sky Eagle Fort. It had many experts and geniuses. As the third heaven's pride of the Heavenly Martial Sword School, it was needless to say that it was powerful. Boom! Boom! Their auras rumbled in the sky, creating a terrifying whirlwind. Kill! AO2 was the first to attack. He transformed into his true form, revealing a flood dragon that was several hundred meters long. His entire body was shimmering with a golden light as if he was made of gold. Golden storm splitting slash. AO2 roared. He opened his mouth, and 9 beams of dark golden light shot out. They cut through the air and flew towards Song Fei. Buzz! A sword cry resounded, and a sword light burst out like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the void and cutting through everything. Wherever the sword light passed, AO2's 9 beams of golden light were all shattered. However, the sword chi also dissipated. Golden Gilded Dragon Claw. AO2's flood dragon claws turned pure gold. They were sparkling and resplendent, and they emitted terrifying ripples. With a single claw, space was torn apart. It was extremely terrifying. AO2's level had reached the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. When he went all out, he was comparable to a spirit god. However, Song Fei's cultivation was also at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. You have some skills, take this. Go! Song Fei shouted, and his bloodline appeared. It was a Silavirer sword with 7 golden chakras. World-breaking sword. Song Fei transformed into a combat sword. The Silavirer white combat sword emitted a dazzling light as it slashed down toward AO2. The combat sword and AO2's gilded dragon claw collided. The sky was filled with golden and Silavirer light, so dazzling that many people could not open their eyes. When the light dissipated, AO2 was seen retreating frantically. A deep sword wound had appeared on his dragon claw. His scales had been shattered, and blood was flowing out. Buzz! The Asilavir's sword slashed down again, and endless sword chi scattered. It was extremely terrifying, and even the space was left with deep marks. AO2 roared and fought with all his might, but Song Fei's sword chi was extremely sharp and could cut through anything. It broke through AO2's attack and his defense, leaving sword wounds on his body. AO2 was completely at a disadvantage. Before long, a dozen sword wounds appeared on his body, each of which was several meters long. Blood gushed out of them, and some of them even fell to the ground. This blood contains the bloodline of a true dragon. Keep it. Someone was unkind enough to collect all the blood left by AO2, which made AO2 roar in anger. However, he was no match for Song Fei even if he tried his best. Your flood dragon is not bad. I just happen to be lacking a mount. From now on, you will be my mount. Song Fei said coldly. The sword light became even more terrifying. Chapter 1055 Myriad Image Jade Wall. Don't even think about it. AO2 roared in rage, feeling extremely aggrieved. He, AO2, had more than 70% of the true dragon's bloodline. He had been surrounded by halos since he was a child and was the #1 genius of the Heavenly Demon Valley. He was known to be able to compete with the Emperor gods. There were few in the younger generation in the East Baron who could be on par with him. Although he was defeated by Lu Ming in the Battle of Providence, only Lu Ming and the Emperor God were above him in the entire East Baron. The only people who could be on par with him were Blood Sword 1 and Feng Xian. He was still a peerless genius with a brilliant halo and was high above. However, in the Central Continent, a young Heaven's favorite he met casually suppressed him and even wanted to capture him as a mount. At this moment, his self-confidence took a heavy blow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Beams of Asilavir's sword light cut through the sky and slashed toward AO2. Even though AO2 had the bloodline of a true dragon, he was still unable to defend himself. He was completely suppressed and torn apart by the terrifying sword chi. Surrender and be my mount. I won't kill you. Otherwise, you'll die today. Song Fei's cold voice came from the Asilavir's sword. Don't even think about it. AO2 roared. With his pride, he would rather die than be Song Fei's mount. Then go to hell. The Asilavir combat sword bloomed with thousands of rays of light. Sword chi tore through the air as it slashed toward AO2's head. AO2 retreated frantically, using all his strength to defend himself. However, he was still almost beheaded, leaving a deep wound on his neck. His body shrank rapidly, and he fled into the distance. You want to leave? Stay. Song Fei obviously had no intention of letting AO2 go. He chased after AO2. At this moment, the cry of a phoenix was heard. A divine bird that looked like a phoenix flew towards Song Fei. With a flap of its wings, flames filled the sky and spread towards Song Fei. Song Fei was shocked. Sword chi whistled and broke through the flames. However, this delay had allowed AO2 to rush into the distance and disappear without a trace. The phoenix-like divine bird had extreme speed. It flapped its wings and turned into a beam of light, flying into the distance. Song Fei shouted and chased after it, but after a while, he couldn't catch up. Lu Ming could clearly see that the phoenix-like divine bird was Feng Xian. She had the blood of the phoenix and was astonishingly fast. Song Fei returned to his human form and snorted, "What Donghuang the Heaven's favorite? He's just a piece of trash." After saying that, he flew back into the restaurant with the other two disciples of the Heavenly Martial Sword faction and continued to eat and drink. In the crowd, Blood Sword and Corpse Warrior were also watching the battle. Their faces were ugly, but they didn't dare to make a sound. Song Fei's combat strength was shocking. Blood Sword knew that he was no match for Song Fei. I didn't expect there to be so many geniuses in the central continent. I heard that Song Fei is only the third heaven's favorite of the heavenly martial sword faction. Corpse Warrior sighed. The battle just now had shocked him. The central continent is indeed the center of the divine wilderness continent. There are so many geniuses. In the entire eastern wilderness, only Lu Ming and the Emperor God duo can defeat Song Fei. Blood Sword One nodded and the two of them left. Lu Ming did not feel anything. He was not surprised by this result. AO2 and Song Fei were both third-grade heaven's favorites, but AO2 was only in the middle. Song Fei, on the other hand, was at the top of the third-grade heaven's favorites. He was close to some weaker second-grade heaven's favorites. AO2 was no match for him. Lu Ming also returned to the restaurant and continued to eat and drink. Very soon, he received some new information. The reason why so many talents gathered in Tianxia City was that the Tianxia Academy's Wanxiang Jade Wall would open in 3 days. The Tianxia Academy's Wanxiang Jade Wall was said to contain endless mysteries. If a warrior comprehended from it, he could obtain great opportunities and gain great benefits. There were even rumors that the Wanxiang Jade Wall contained a great secret, a divine treasure. However, it had not been opened for many years. The Tianxia Academy's Wanxiang Jade Wall had never been opened to the public before. This time, it suddenly announced to the world that it was willing to be opened to the public. All the heroes in the world could freely visit and comprehend it. This news naturally attracted a large number of heaven's favorites. Wanxiang Jade Wall. Since we're here, we can't miss this. Lu Ming continued to eat and drink. The news that he heard next was not too important. He heard about which prodigies they were, how powerful they were, and which beauties were more beautiful. After finishing his meal, Lu Ming walked out of the restaurant and found an inn to stay in. 3 days passed by quickly. Lu Ming left the Tianxia City and rushed to the Tianxia Academy. He was not the only one. All the heaven's favorites stepped into the air and left. There were many of them. The sky was filled with rainbow lights like a meteor shower. Tianxia Academy was very close to Tianxia City, so they arrived not long after. That's... Looking from afar, Lu Ming was a little shocked. A palace as white as jade was floating in the air, emitting a brilliant light. This palace was extremely huge, like a city in the sky. It seemed to be completely made of fine jade. This was the core of the Tianxia Academy. Under this palace was a misty divine mountain. The spiritual qi was rich, spiritual herbs were everywhere, and spiritual beasts were flying. It was a scene of a fairyland. The endless divine mountains below and the white jade palace above formed the complete Tianxia Academy. However, only the core of the Tianxia Academy could enter the white jade palace. Naturally, Lu Ming and the rest could not enter. They landed outside the Tianxia Academy and walked along an ancient bluestone road. Soon, they saw a huge stone tablet with 4 big words written on it, Tianxia Academy. The words were bold and powerful, and at a glance, there was a terrifying majesty. It was said that these 4 words were left behind by a saint emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty, and they contained the will of the saint emperor. Tens of thousands of years ago, before the ancient Saint dynasty had declined and ruled the world, the Tianxia Academy was the place where the ancient Saint dynasty had nurtured its heroes. For generations, countless powerful cultivators had emerged from the Tianxia Academy. However, after the decline of the Xia clan of the ancient Saint dynasty, the Tianxia Academy became independent and became a dominant force. Passing by the stone tablet, there was a white jade staircase. Everyone climbed up the white jade staircase and came to a huge square. At this moment, the square was already packed with people. At a glance, there were probably more than 10,000 people, all of whom were geniuses. Everyone, the Wanxiang Jade Wall is in front. Please follow me, he said. A white-haired old man appeared and smiled. Then, he flew forward and everyone followed. After flying over dozens of mountain peaks, the terrain in front of them became flat. There were no mountains, only hills. On top of the hill, the clouds and mist blocked their view. Even with everyone's eyes, they could not see through it. A formation. Lu Ming's heart stirred. It was said that the Tianxia Academy was a force that cultivated both inscription and martial arts. There were strong cultivators who specialized in martial arts and strong cultivators who cultivated the way of inscription. There were even rumors that there were more than one emperor in the Tianxia Academy, but two. One was the emperor of martial arts, and the other was the emperor of inscription. Buzz! 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 With a flash, a total of 8 old men appeared. Including the one who led the way, there were 9 in total. The 9 old men floated in the air and began to inscribe runes. One by one, the runes seeped into the surrounding space. Hoo-hoo! The wind seemed to have started blowing, and the clouds and mist began to dissipate. Soon, the clouds and mist completely dissipated, and countless people looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Chapter 1056 Enlightenment. In front of him, countless jade walls were floating in the air. At a glance, it was densely packed with jade walls. Each jade wall seemed to be made of polished white jade, smooth as a mirror. They were suspended vertically in the air, and there was no end to them. This was the Wanxiang Jade Wall, which was very different from what he had imagined. In Lu Ming's imagination, the Wanxiang Jade Wall might be a huge piece of jade wall. He did not expect there to be so many pieces. This is the Wanxiang Jade Wall. There are mysteries on it. You can study it yourself, but you can't damage the Jade Wall. Otherwise, the Tianxia Academy won't be polite. The old man's last sentence caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Everyone nodded and answered that they didn't dare to. Well, did you see that? In front of each jade wall, there is one or more jade platforms. Only by sitting cross-legged on the jade platforms can one gain enlightenment. The old man introduced. So that's what the jade platform is for. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In front of each jade wall, there was 1 to a few jade platforms suspended in the air. Lu Ming had noticed this a long time ago. It turned out that they were used for comprehension. In other words, only a few people could comprehend each piece of jade wall at the same time because the jade platform was very small and only one person could sit on it. Alright, you guys can comprehend it on your own. The old man nodded and left with the other 8 old men. Buzz! Whoosh! As soon as the old man left, some people flew forward in search of the jade wall to comprehend. Lu Ming swept his gaze and discovered many familiar faces. Jing Kongling, Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjin, and Hai Ziming of the Floating Mountain Martial School were all present. In addition, he also saw Goddess Tan Xiang, Yin Bupo of the Sky Eagle Castle, the Cold Blood Hall's master, the other supreme talents of the Cold Blood Hall, and Jun Yu of Devil Mountain. Moreover, Lu Ming saw some familiar faces from the East Continent. They were Blood Sword 1, Corpse Warrior, AO2, and Feng Xian. Emperor God. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved and he saw the Emperor God. Beside the Emperor God was Dongfang Yu. It seems that all the top heaven's favorites from the East Continent are here. Lu Ming pondered and flew forward. He came to the first piece of jade and examined it carefully. Suddenly, an overbearing saber intent spread out, causing Lu Ming's expression to change slightly. There was only a jade platform in front of the jade wall, and a young man was already sitting cross-legged on it. Lu Ming continued to move forward. He realized that the feeling that each piece of jade wall gave off was different. It's really wonderful. There seems to be unique skills with artistic conceptions, but they're so mysterious. If you want to gain something, it depends on your comprehension and luck. Lu Ming strolled around casually. Many people had already found their targets and were sitting cross-legged on the jade stage. Lu Ming, the arrangement of these jade walls is very intriguing. In my opinion, there's a big secret. On his shoulder, Dandan sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Big secret? What secret? What do you see? Lu Ming's heart stirred. There were many rumors about the Wanxiang Jade Wall in the outside world. However, the most widely accepted rumor was that the Wanxiang corn was connected to a wondrous place with a divine treasure. In ancient times, the Tianxia Academy was able to open it, but later on, that method was lost and the Tianxia Academy had not opened it for many years. It was rumored that that place was extremely wondrous. In ancient times, supreme experts would often enter seclusion to cultivate, leaving behind many relics and cave abodes of experts. This was very tempting, but it was a pity that they couldn't enter the back. I don't know. I can't figure it out in a short time. I need time, she said darkly and jumped down from Lu Ming's shoulder. She walked around on her own. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He searched for the jade wall alone. Before long, Lu Ming came to a jade wall. He suddenly heard a faint dragon's roar and a true dragon pounced at him. This one. In front of this jade wall, there was only a jade platform. No one had come yet. Lu Ming flew up and sat cross-legged on the jade platform, closing his eyes to comprehend. Roar. A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming seemed to see a real dragon walking in the void. The dragon's might was vast and mighty for tens of thousands of miles, causing the void to collapse and the earth to sink. This. It seems like every move of his contains unparalleled combat power. Is this a true dragon combat technique? No, I don't think so. Lu Ming's mind was racing. He felt that the battle dragon's every move was like a battle technique, but it also seemed like it wasn't. It was hard to grasp and capture. Lu Ming tried to understand it but he gained nothing in the end. No, why should I learn any combat skills from it? I can compare it with my 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he began to comprehend. As a result, he felt that he had gained a lot. His understanding of the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps had increased rapidly, and he had made great progress. He had already cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps to the 7th step. At this step, it was even more difficult to cultivate. Every step was extremely difficult. If one did not have the right opportunity, they might not be able to cultivate it successfully in their entire lives. Every bit of improvement was precious. Lu Ming had been sitting cross-legged for 3 days. After feeling that he could not gain anything more, he got up and left in search of the next piece. In the sky, in the huge white jade palace, a few elders were discussing some matters. Sect Master, will this really work? One of them asked. That's the only way. The Saint Mansion hasn't been opened for many years. This time, the great era is coming, and the geniuses are gathering. Everyone has great opportunities. Perhaps this is an opportunity, and someone may be able to open the secret realm of the Saint Mansion. A white-haired old man with a sage-like appearance said. I hope so. The others sighed. Lu Ming continued to look at a few more jade walls, but none of them were suitable for him. After looking at more than 10 jade walls, Lu Ming finally found a suitable one. Dragon roars were still coming from this piece of jade. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the jade platform. Just like the previous piece of jade, there was a real dragon rolling in the void. However, the difference this time was that there were 2 true dragons. The 2 true dragons were engaged in a fierce battle. Their roars shook the heavens, and the battle was tragic. This is a true dragon combat technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 2 true dragons fought each other. Their dragon claws grabbed out and their dragon might lashed out. The dragons soared into the sky, and each of their movements was filled with killing power. It was clearly a powerful true dragon combat technique. This combat technique is comparable to a god-level technique. It's very useful to me. Lu Ming revealed a look of excitement. After he used the bloodline fusion, he transformed into the 9 dragons. Usually, he would only use the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and then use the prison-suppressing heavenly art. Other than that, the 9 dragons would rely on brute force to fight and lacked killing techniques. If he had this true dragon combat technique, he would definitely be stronger when he transformed into the 9 dragons. Lu Ming carefully observed the battle between the two true dragons. He sat there for 10 days. After watching the battle between the two true dragons at all times, Lu Ming's understanding of true dragon combat techniques had already reached a rather high level. Get lost, this piece of jade is mine. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard, causing many people to turn their heads to look. Blood Sword 1, and Huang Kuei. Lu Ming's heart stirred. In front of a jade wall, Xue Jianyi sat cross-legged on a jade platform. Huang Kuei coldly looked at him. He was the one who had told Xue Jianyi to get lost. Brother, I came here first. Xue Jianyi frowned. So what if you came first? He's just a country bumpkin from the East Continent. What right do you have to study on the myriad-form jade wall? Get out of here. Huang Kuei coldly shouted. Looking down on him, Huang Kuei shouted coldly. His eyes were cold and filled with disdain. He was like a young master from a big city looking at a country bumpkin from the countryside. Blood Sword 1's face turned ugly. He had his own pride. Before the Battle of Providence, he was ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents, second only to the Emperor and the deity. In the East Continent, who dared to talk to him like this? In this place, Huang Kuei had actually told him to get lost, saying that he didn't have the qualifications to comprehend here. The arrogant Xue Jianyi's eyes were filled with flames of anger. What's with that look? Country bumpkin, are you looking for death? Huang Kuei berated. Let's see if you have the ability to get this piece of jade. Blood Sword 1 said coldly. What do you mean by this? Do you want to challenge me? Huang Kuei said. Not bad. He couldn't bear to be looked down on by someone as proud as him in the Tao of the Blood Sword. He wanted everyone to know his strength. Ha ha ha, since you're asking for it, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's go out and fight. Huang Kuei laughed as he shot into the sky, flying out of the region of the myriad jade wall and into the sky. Xue Jianyi's figure flickered and he also rushed into the sky. He arrived in front of Huang Kuei and the two of them stood in the air. Interesting. That guy seems to be from the East Continent. There aren't any experts in the Forsaken Land. This brat is just asking to be humiliated by challenging Huang Kuei. Let's go and take a look. Many people smiled and rose into the sky, watching from a distance. Many people raised their heads to watch from under the Wanxiang Jade Wall. The East Baron has always been the weakest of the 5 regions. There are almost no masters. The so-called proud sons of heaven in the East Baron are all snobbish. They think they are invincible because they are the best in the East Baron, but they don't know that there is always someone better. That's right. A while ago, there was a flood dragon from the East Continent. It was also very arrogant, but it was completely defeated by Song Fei of the Heavenly Martial Sword School. He was almost captured as a mount. Ha, really? Disdainful comments were heard from all around. AO2, Feng Xian, and even the Divine Emperor and Dong Fangyu frowned. At this moment, Huang Kuei and Xue Jianyi's bodies were covered in a blood-red light. Both of them had cultivated blood concept. Blood concept? He's really showing off his skills before an expert. Huang Kuei sneered. Blood sword, unsheath. Buzz. Blood sword. Blood Sword 1 shouted coldly. A blood-red sword flew out from his glabella and grew to more than 10 meters long. As the sword grew, it split into 2, then 4, and finally into 16 huge blood-red swords, flying around Blood Sword. Kill. Die. Xue Jian shouted as he formed a finger with his hand. With a wave of his finger, the 16 combat swords turned into 16 blood-red sword lights and shot toward Huang Kuei. As the 16 combat swords danced in the air, they exploded with endless sword qi. The 16 blood-red swords were wrapped in boundless sword qi as they flew toward Huang Kuei. Blood Sword 1's battle power was more than 10 times stronger than it had been in the Battle of Providence. His cultivation had already reached the great circle of the spirit embryo realm, and his will of blood and sword had combined into one. As the sword chi swept past, terrifying scars were left in the space. Blood Flame Emperor Claw. Die. Huang Kuei didn't dare to be careless. Blood-red light filled the air as he struck out with his claws. In an instant, he had struck out hundreds of times. Huang Kuei clawed out several hundred times in a row, sending endless blood-colored claw projections toward Xue Jianyi. Each claw ray was terrifyingly sharp and emanated a scorching aura. They had the terrifying power of burning and corrosion. Huang Kuei's cultivation was also at the great circle of the spirit embryo realm. Bang! 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 The blood-red claw radiance and the sword chi that filled the sky collided with each other, causing the air to shake continuously. The blood-red light soared into the sky, and the sword chi surged. The blood-colored claw radiance and the blood-colored sword chi were neutralizing each other. For a moment, they were evenly matched. Huang Kuei's expression was unsightly and extremely dark. He couldn't even take down a country bumpkin from the East Continent, which made him feel very embarrassed. Kill! The bloodthirsty swirled. Huang Kuei roared as he unleashed his bloodthirst technique, causing a blood-red barrier to envelop Xue Jianyi. Blood Sword One's expression changed when he was enveloped by the bloodthirsty technique. He felt the blood in his body boiling as if a powerful force was trying to pull his blood. Swish! Xue Jianyi quickly retreated, trying to escape the range of the bloodthirsty technique, but Huang Kuei was holding him back so tightly that he couldn't escape from Huang Kuei's attacks. Helplessly, Blood Sword One could only use bloodline fusion to form a blood-red sword. However, Huang Kuei also used bloodline fusion to form a blood-red claw. The blood claw and the blood sword collided, and the blood sword flew back at an extreme speed. Under the influence of the bloodthirsty technique, Blood Sword was at a disadvantage. He was no match for the blood claw. Bang! 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 After a series of clashes, Huang Kuei gradually gained the upper hand and suppressed Blood Sword One. After a few dozen moves, the blood-red sword collapsed. Blood Sword One spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Xue Jianyi had lost. He was no match for Huang Kuei. With a flash of light, the blood claw transformed back into Huang Kuei. He looked at Blood Sword E in disdain and sneered, "I've told you, a country bumpkin like you is not qualified to cultivate on the Wanxiang Jade Wall." Xue Jianyi's expression was ugly, but he didn't say anything. He had lost. What could a loser say? I heard that you used to rank second on the list of top 1,000 talents in the East Baron. It seems that the East Baron is really not good enough. If the second is so weak, then the first will not be any better. I heard that the first is called the Emperor God. I think he must be here today. Ask him to come out. I'll take care of him today. Then, you people of the East Baron will pack up and go back to the East Baron. Huang Kuei was extremely arrogant. Today, he was going to trample on the people of the East Continent and make himself more famous. You're looking for me. A cold voice rang out, and a figure stepped out. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. That was the Emperor God. You are the Emperor God? Huang Kuei looked at the Emperor God. Not bad. The Emperor God nodded. His eyes were calm and his voice was cold. You've come at the right time. Make your move. I'll take care of you too. Huang Kuei sneered. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrible sword power rose from the Emperor God. The sword chi was as high as the sky and emitted supreme pressure. Facing this pressure, Huang Kuei's expression changed drastically as cold sweat poured down his back. Spiritual God, you're in the spiritual God realm. Huang Kuei shouted in shock. Buzz. The sword hummed as the sword chi slashed down toward Huang Kuei. No. Huang Kuei retreated in shock and used his bloodline fusion to block with all his strength. However, it was all for naught. The sword chi slashed past and the blood claw exploded. Huang Kuei's body smashed into the ground like a cannonball, creating a huge crater. He lay in the crater and coughed out blood continuously. The crowd was silent for a moment, then burst into an uproar. This person is so strong. He defeated Huang Kuei in one move. He must be a spiritual god realm expert. I can't believe there's such a genius in the East Baron. His name is Dishan. Before the Battle of Providence, he ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents in the East Baron. Later, he was defeated by a man named Lu Ming in the Battle of Providence and is now second. What? Is there anyone stronger than him in the East Baron? The sound of discussion spread out, somewhat in disbelief. The battle between the spiritual god prodigies. The Emperor God didn't even look at Huang Kuei. He turned around and headed for the myriad jade wall. You want to leave after beating up my cold blood hall people? A cold voice was heard. A young man in a blood-red robe appeared in the air and blocked Dishan's way. It's Blood Luozi. Someone exclaimed. Shui Luozi is about to attack. Even more people's eyes lit up. Some time ago, they heard that Shui Luozi had entered the spiritual god realm, and so had the supreme god realm. The two spiritual god realm heavens pride experts were about to fight, which made many people's eyes light up. There was no reason for this. The Emperor God was definitely a second-class heavens favorite since he could break through to the spiritual god realm at this age. It was rare for two second-class heavens favorites to fight. You want to make a move? Then let's do it. I also want to see what's so special about the Central Continent's Heaven's Pride experts. The Emperor God said calmly, but his tone was full of confidence. Now that he had made a major breakthrough in his space mentality, he was confident that he would not be weaker than anyone. Even if he were to face Lu Ming again, he was 100% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Shui Luozi's eyes were cold, and his body was filled with a shocking blood light. Buzz! Buzz! Whoosh! At this moment, many figures appeared in the sky, all of them dragons and phoenixes among men. Jing Kongling, Goddess Tan Xiang, Jun Yu, Yin Bupo, Kong Xian. Some people recognized them. They were all second-grade heavens favorites, and there were more than 10 of them. This made people's hearts tremble. Other than the Battle of Providence, this was the largest gathering of second-class geniuses. Obviously, the battle between Shui Luozi and the Emperor God had attracted them. Boom! Boom! Shui Luozi and the Emperor God released a terrifying aura at the same time. A saber radiance shot up from Shui Luozi's body, while a sword radiance shot up from the Emperor God's body. The saber ray and the sword ray clashed with each other, and their power was extremely terrifying. Buzz! The sword ray and the saber ray met in the air, causing a deafening boom. At this moment, Shui Luozi and the Emperor God moved at the same time. Blood Sky Blade. Tiangang Emperor Sword. As soon as they made their move, the two of them used low-grade divine-level martial techniques. At their level, there was no need for any probing. The moment they made their move, they would use their killing move. They had to carry out an incomparably terrifying killing move. Boom! The saber and the sword collided, and the saber radiance and sword chi overflowed, cutting the space into two holoviers. One side was a world of blades, and the other was a world of swords. The two of them retreated at the same time and then clashed again. Boom! 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 In just a few breaths, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of moves. The sky was constantly torn apart with spatial cracks. The deep spatial cracks seemed to be able to suck people's minds in. It was extremely terrifying. Many people kept retreating, not daring to stand too close. It was because their combat strength was too strong, far exceeding that of an ordinary first-level spiritual god realm. Even the chi that leaked out could kill an ordinary first-level spiritual god realm expert. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Only a dozen or so people could stand at the front and watch the battle. They were all heaven's favorites on the same level as Blood Luo. Emperor God's combat strength has made a major breakthrough. It's even more unfathomable. Lu Ming did not fly high into the sky. He remained seated on the jade platform in front of the jade wall, looking up. He felt that the Emperor God had not used his full strength at all. The bloodthirsty world. Shui Luozi used the bloodthirsty world, but it was useless. The Emperor God's sword split it. Shui Luozi's face turned serious. He had lost his confidence since the beginning of the battle. How can he be so strong? The Emperor God is only ranked second in the East Continent. How could there be such a master in the East Continent? Shui Luozi's mind raced. In the end, he used bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-red bat. After performing the bloodline fusion, Blood Luozi let out a cry and released a terrifying sound wave attack. At the same time, he flapped his wings and charged at the Emperor God like a blood-red lightning. However, the Emperor God stood there motionlessly. You actually didn't dodge, go to hell. Shui Luozi's eyes were filled with killing intent. He rushed toward the Emperor God, but when he reached the Emperor God, he felt that something was wrong. It was just a shadow, not a real body. At this moment, the surrounding people saw the Emperor God suddenly appear behind Shui Luozi and slash out with his sword. This is the space mentality. Many people's pupils contracted sharply, revealing a look of disbelief. Not good. Shui Luozi sensed the danger and dodged it with a flap of his wings. Buzz! 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 At this moment, the Emperor God stepped in the air, his body flashing in the air. He was extremely fast and rushed toward Shui Luozi. Instant step. However, compared to the Battle of Providence, the Emperor God's instant step was much stronger and extremely fast. In a flash, he could cover several miles, which was unpredictable. The space mentality, it really is the space mentality. This time, even more people could see it, and some people exclaimed. My God, it really is the space mentality. How is it possible? I can't believe someone in the East Continent has comprehended the will of space. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Yang Patian, one of the top 5 young warriors, has comprehended the space mentality. I didn't expect that someone in the East Continent had also comprehended the space mentality. Cries of disbelief came from the surroundings. Time and space were kings, and the concept of space was too strong. It was not just empty talk. Even Jing Kongling and the other second-grade heavens favorites had a serious look in their eyes. In their hearts, they had already regarded the Emperor God as an extremely terrifying opponent. Space mentality, it's actually the space mentality. Then I'll break your space mentality. Shui Luozi roared, and the blood-winged bat opened its mouth and whistled. A terrifying sound wave burst out. Wherever the sound wave passed, the space would ripple like water and finally split open, forming deep spatial cracks. The Emperor God frowned, and his aura grew stronger as he slashed out. This sword contained 3 concepts. Sword concept, golden flame concept, and space concept. This sword moved the space and formed a huge space crack. The sword light was unstoppable as it slashed towards Shui Luozi. Shui Luozi shouted. Blood light filled the air. The blood-winged sky bat's wings were like blades as it struck out with its strongest attack. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled violently as boundless light swept through the sky. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. It was as if a hole had been punched in the sky. Bang! A figure retreated quickly. It was the blood-winged sky bat. As the blood-winged sky bat retreated, it transformed back into its human form. However, there was a trace of blood at the corner of its mouth. Blood Luozi was injured. Do you still want to fight? The Emperor God's long hair fluttered in the wind. He stared at Blood Luozi with lightning-like eyes, as if he was invincible. let's stop here today. We'll fight another day. Shui Luozi's expression was ugly. He snorted and then flashed away. Blood Luozi left just like that. Everyone knew that Blood Luozi had been defeated by the Emperor God. After everyone was stunned for a moment, they burst into an uproar. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.